Good morning, Ms. Mushasedi.
Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, we are ready to proceed. Our next witness has indicated that she will take the oath.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Please state your name for the record, full name.
My name is Kelebogile Tepa.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Tepa, please confirm that you have in front of you 2 white files, one containing your witness statement and another one containing your annexure bundle.
I do have both, thank you.
With respect to the file containing your witness statement, please confirm that that is your witness statement
It is indeed my witness statement,
and that it was prepared for purposes of the evidence you intend to give before the commission.
that is correct.
Can I ask you to turn to page 27 of your witness statement, please?
I am on 27.
Thank you. And do you confirm that that is your statement that appears at the top of page 27?
My signature,
Your
that's
signature,
correct.
my apologies, that
That's
appears.
correct.
Thank you. Do you confirm the correctness of your statement and stand by its contents?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Tepa, can I ask you to turn to page 2, please, of your witness statement? And can we begin with paragraph 1 on page 2? And I ask you to read that into the record, please.
I am an adult female police officer in the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, EMPD. I hold the rank of a lieutenant colonel. Prior to my deployment to my current station, I was the EMPD spokesperson and head of the media and PR unit. Excuse me, that would be head of the EMPD media and public relations unit. The facts set out in this statement are within my personal knowledge unless otherwise stated or indicated by the context. To the extent possible or feasible, I will attach any documents I rely on in substantiation of affirmance I make.
Ms. Tepa, immediately thereafter, you'll see a heading titled Background or Service History. That is paragraph 4 of your statement. Please share very briefly with the Commission your service history at EMPD.
Commissioners, I started with the EMPD in 2009 as a constable, trained, of course, at the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department's Training Academy in Guatemala. I was then deployed at Tembisa Precinct, where I was a constable there. Whilst at Tembisa Precinct, I then moved to the freeway unit, where I had operated. From the freeway unit, I was then seconded to the Training Academy as an instructor. Whilst an instructor, I was appointed and promoted to an inspector in 2014. I then continued the services within the Training Academy, and furthermore, I was further promoted in 2019 as a superintendent. I was then deployed at the Winnie Mandela Precinct Station in Tembisa, where I was a shift commander. And whilst there, I had completed my LLB and identified by the director of the region, who had then taken to to maybe celebrate the fact that I had acquired this and said, you know, she'd much rather refer me to an office where I would be more helpful. And she then referred me to the office of the Deputy Chief of Police, then who was Commissioner Mzolo. Commissioner Mzolo then referred me to the office of the Chief of Police, and that's where I had been working and being Chief Mabiyeye. During my time in the EMPD, I was again the commander for the VIP unit, and this was amongst others responsible for the conveyance and the protection of the city manager, Dr. Imogen Mashazi. So in 2021, I was then appointed the first female spokesperson of the department, which is still my designation, only that I am redeployed to the OR Tambo International Airport as precinct commander there. Thank you.
Thank you. And attached at paragraph 7 of your witness statement is your CV marked KX1. Can you confirm that?
I do confirm it, Commissioners.
Our next heading then relates to an overview of your role as spokesperson at EMPD. Can I ask you that you tell the Commission what your duties as a EMPD spokesperson involve?
So the duties as the spokesperson would be, in essence, dissemination of information by the department. You know, being a spokesperson, you speak on behalf of a department where the Chief of Police is accountable to same. So by virtue of speaking on behalf of a department and being a representative of such, you speak on behalf of the Chief of Police. And the duties would be taking things like conducting interviews when requests are being put, publication of death notices within the department, and the circulation of media releases that would have been compiled by the department, and of course taking all sorts of media inquiries that would have been directed to the department for that purpose.
In paragraph 8.2, still on page 3, you've indicated there that in addition to conducting interviews, your role also involves responding to basic media inquiries from various stakeholders. What kind of stakeholders does that include?
It would be media, it would be members of the public, it would be those that are coming forward and reporting anything that would be linked to the EMPD. So the first line of communication, it would be that it's sent to me and I would have to then disseminate it in the various sections of the department.
Paragraph 9 of your witness statement on page 4, please turn over. Yes. You set out how your role as EMPD spokesperson fits in a broader context within the city. Please describe that in detail to the Commission.
So the city of Ekurhuleni does have a communications and brand management department, and those are the custodians of communications within the city. And furthermore, from the policy that has been drafted, they had made provision for 4 sections or 4 departments within the city where spokespersons are appointed. We are now talking the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department, where I'm assigned to and speak for the department. We are talking the Disaster and Emergency Management Services, where Mr. William Ntladi is responsible for. We are talking the Office of the City Manager, where Mr. Zweli Dlamini, who is the city spokesperson again, is assigned to. And of course, the Office of the Executive Mayor, where another spokesperson is assigned.
You can continue to paragraph 10 as well.
Okay, so despite these demarcations in area of responsibility, the EMPD structure of the media and PR unit makes provision for only 2 posts or positions, being one a lieutenant colonel or a chief superintendent, and the other being an inspector, which is held by Inspector Kobedi Mokgeseng. A request was further made to the department due to the nature and extent of the work that's been conducted to expand the team, and we were quite fortunate to have people seconded to the team, making a total of 9 members responsible for the 3 regions of Ekurhuleni, being the Northern Region, Southern Region, and the Eastern Region, and on a 24-hour basis, in essence.
Colonel Tipper, still in paragraph 10, you say there that, this is the second sentence, you indicate that a request was made to expand the team due to reasons that EMPD generated quite a bit of media attention. Please explain what you mean by that.
You would understand that our role and responsibility is, or rather our mandate, is that of traffic law enforcement, municipal bylaw enforcement, and crime prevention. So having to branch it out would get inquiries pertaining to the municipal bylaws, pertaining to the successes that would have as a department, pertaining to any other complaints. So in essence, it would just be a demarcation of all that.
Thank you. That then brings us to paragraph 11 of your witness statement on page 4. It begins a new theme titled The Blue Lights Scandal. Can I ask you to describe, with reference to paragraph 11, the events you set out from there and subsequently?
So on the 2nd of February in 2023, I received a call from a Mr. Jeff Wicks, who is a journalist, or known to be a journalist, making inquiries about certain documentation that he had in possession. But what he had sought from me on the call was to furnish my email address, which I did, and he then sent me the media inquiry.
To assist you in responding to my next few questions, Colonel, could I ask you to go to paragraph, my apologies, to page 10 of your annexure bundle? So if you go to your other file, you go to page 10.
I am on page 10.
Thank you. Please then turn back to your witness statement. Paragraph 12 on page 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and then
Ms. Cassidy, we're looking at what annexure? Okay.
annexure KX3, Commissioner, on page 10.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colonel, we are then on page 5 of your witness statement, and I'd invite you to describe and discuss, with the Commission from page 12, from paragraph 12, the inquiry you received from Mr. Wicks, and you can have reference to the actual email itself in your annexure bundle.
Okay. So the inquiry was accompanied by a single-page document entitled Letter of Confirmation, signed by Brigadier Mkhwanazi, of course. I immediately recognized the signature as it is marked as annexed as KX2. So the email read as follows. Good morning, Soup. Thank you for coming back to me so promptly. I approach you today regarding a story that we are pursuing which centers on a Pretoria-based security firm called CAD VIP. According to CIRA, CAD Protection and Security Pty Ltd, T/A, VIP Protection Services, CIRA 2748723 rather, is registered with the authority as a security service provider since 07 June 2018. I have in my possession correspondence under the letterhead of the City of Ekurhuleni and the Metropolitan Police Department. It is dated 16 October 2021 and is signed by Brigadier J.D. Mkhwanazi of Specialized Services. It is attached for your ease of reference.
Ms. Tipper, can I ask you to confirm the nature of that document referenced by Mr. Wicks? If you turn to annexure KX2, which is on page 7 of your annexure bundle, KX2 on page 7 of your annexure bundle.
Yes, so I had received this as an attachment to the email. So the letter reads, to whom it may concern, from J.D. Mkhwanazi, Acting Deputy Municipal Police, Commissioner / Brigadier, Specialized Services. It is, of course, on an EMPD and City of Ekurhuleni's letterhead. It reads, date 16 October 2021, letter of confirmation. This letter serves to confirm that the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, EMPD, under the command of Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner Brigadier J.D. Mkwanazi of Specialized Services, has an endless working relationship and memorandum of understanding with CAD VIP to assist EMPD officers in any VIP protection and security services in and out of the city of Ekurhuleni.
Thank you. And in the remainder of the letter, the writer sets out certain vehicles. Do you see those there?
That is correct.
And how many vehicles are listed there?
There are 7 vehicles listed.
At the bottom of that page, please inform the Commission what appears at the bottom of that page on page 7.
What appears at the bottom, it is the signature of J.D. Mkwanazi, also the Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner Brigadier.
Thank you. Colonel, if we go back to your witness statement, in the final sentence of paragraph 12, where you were, paragraph 12, you say there that when you looked at the document entitled Letter of Confirmation, the document we just had regard to now,
Yes.
you say there, I immediately recognized the signature. Please describe to the Commission why you said that.
Commissioners, you would understand that as part of my process and experience within the EMPD, I had worked under specialized and operations where the commanders would be responsible for signing various documentations, it be operational plans, our timesheets, and various other communique within the city. So it was easy for me to identify and recognize such a signature.
Still on page 5 of your witness statement, in paragraph 13, you share more details about the inquiry from Mr. Wicks. Please continue.
So paragraph 13, Mr. Wicks also shared 2 video clips via WhatsApp, that is to my number. The videos had been circulating on social media and involved a woman subsequently identified as the wife/partner of Mr. Vusimusi Madlanga, who was seen being ferried to the airport in a vehicle ostensibly linked to the EMPD and fitted with blue lights. The said lady then posed with the caption, #MamaCat with the letter N, her fleet.
Please continue.
To properly respond to the inquiry, I then approached Commissioner Spies. He was the Deputy Chief of Police with the title Commissioner Spies, who was then the Acting Chief of Police at the time due to the fact that the Chief of Police was on leave of absence. And because, of course, the alleged document looked very, very suspicious. I mean, how does one then reduce to writing something that would speak to whom it may concern? So, but above all, what caught my attention was the fact that it was on an EMPD letterhead. So in the event that it needed to be authenticated, this would be the process then to do it.
And so, was it, a standard response for you to take a media inquiry to an acting chief of police, or was this a situation that warranted something out of the ordinary?
It depends on the complexity of the matter. When we speak of an inquiry on what would be illegal dumping, that would be referred to as part of our municipal bylaws, then I would direct such correspondence to the director responsible for the bylaw section in that aspect. But I had said that when you speak, or rather when you are the spokesperson for the department, you speak on behalf of the accounting officer. It was only fitting that he's again informed of the occurrence or what has been brought to the attention of the department as a media inquiry.
Colonel, if I take you back to page 10 in the annexure bundle, page 10. This is still the email of Mr. Jeff Wicks to yourself of the 2nd of February.
Yes, ma'am.
You've taken the commission through the introductory paragraphs, as well as the fact that 2 videos were provided to you via WhatsApp. Towards the end of that page, you'll see there's a heading there titled Questions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Indeed. And please take the commission through the questions directed to you from Mr. Wicks.
So the questions from Mr. Wicks were that, question number 1, please confirm that my assertion regarding the Road Traffic Act prohibits the use of blue dash lights and sirens are for the exclusive use of law enforcement is correct. Please, can you explain the substance of the letter from Mkhwanazi? How does this private firm assist EMPD officers in any VIP protection and security services? Please, could you supply me with a copy of a memorandum of understanding as mentioned in this letter? Do you acknowledge that it is uncommon for private security companies to have this authority bestowed upon them? Can you please describe the relationship between the EMPD and Mr. Madlanga, inter alia his company, as we will assert that this is proof of connections of undue influence in a law enforcement body. And the last question was that please feel free to add anything beyond this which may be pertinent. Kindly note that the deadline for response is close of business tomorrow. Please speak to me if you require more time.
And in paragraph 16, you then detail the response you received. Paragraph 16 of your witness statement.
Yes.
Yes.
So what had happened is Commissioner Spies had further taken to respond to the media inquiries in saying that this letter looked very illegal. So he then, I suspect, took steps to verify if the listed vehicles were indeed registered under the EMPD or rather EMM's fleet. And then he further sponsored a response. And the response which I had to take to consideration and which I did consider and worked on the core agendas and further finished it as an official response from the department.
So, Colonel, at the end of paragraph 16 of your witness statement, you attach there annexure KX3. Can I ask you to then go to page 8? Page 8 of your annexure bundle, the
Yes.
other file. So you'll see this is the same annexure we were working from. We're just moving backwards. And page 8 there is a document. Please identify for the Commission what this document is.
So this document is an email from Commissioner Revo Spies to myself, Kilebogile Tepa, and had CC'd Liesel Tyers and Ivan Duplessis. Liesel Tyers being the PA, the Office of the Chief of Police, and Ivan Duplessis being the staff officer. And again, also CC'd Eni Erasmus, who is head of our internal affairs unit. And where it had said that the subject was, of course, being request for comment, News 24 investigation.
So when you have a look at that email, which you say is the response to you from Commissioner Spies, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Please read for the Commission what that first opening sentence is in his email.
So what he had reduced to writing as his response, the first opening line is, this is an illegal letter stroke decision. And then he further states that he will then refer, it reads, I will refer it to Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus for proper investigation. And he makes further submissions in saying that no civilians can be allowed to impersonate police officers at all. And the fact that this letter was actually issued assists these private individuals in committing the crime of impersonation. It is thus part of the crime. I have addressed the query, but it needs to be properly ventilated and confirmed with maybe Deputy Chief of Police, Mzolo, as well. There are no formal MOUs, and the officers act out of their own personal conduct, according to me.
Colonel Tepa, the remainder of this email from Commissioner Spies utilizes two colors. Do you see that?
That's correct.
There are 5 paragraphs there. Could you explain to the Commission what the purpose is of each of those separate paragraphs and the difference in the colors, what that represents?
Okay. So what the color coordination is, that what is being captured as black, that would be the questions that Mr. Wicks had posed to the department. And what is inserted in red, it would be the responses that Commissioner Spies had provided for consideration. And it just moves on according to the numbering of the questions and the responses given for each question.
And if you stay in your annexure bundle, but you turn to page 9, still in your annexure bundle, you turn to page 9. What is that? Could you read that final paragraph in the email from Commissioner Spies? It says, "Can I therefore?" Could you read that?
Okay, it reads, "Can I therefore request that this not be divulged yet in order for us to investigate this matter urgently before the evidence is being removed or destroyed. Once we have all the evidence, then we can initiate the correct recourse and it won't matter anymore." And he signs it off with kind regards, Revel Spies, Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner, Auxiliary and Support Services.
Colonel Tipper, can we then go back to your witnessed statement? You had just finished with paragraph 16, so we are now paragraph 17 on page 6. At this juncture, you've received the response from Commissioner Spies.
That's correct.
So please detail your next steps with reference to paragraph 17.
So I work on the corrigendas and I reduce to writing a formal response to Mr. Wicks, and which in essence was that the document does not look authentic, but that an internal investigation was being initiated and conducted.
And that then is the content of what is transmitted to Mr. Wicks, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. Just for confirmation purposes, could I ask you to please turn to page 19 of your annexure bundle?
I am on page 19.
Please have regard there to paragraph, let's actually start. Could I ask you to turn to page 18, actually? And read that heading in bold to the Commission, please, at the top of page 18.
The top of page 18, it is a statement under oath in English of Gilebogile Tepa.
And this is a statement you prepared for what purposes?
This was part of what would be investigation into the allegation.
Indeed. And then could I ask you to turn to paragraph 4 of that statement?
Paragraph 4.
Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Indeed. And could I ask you to read the second sentence of paragraph 4? Second sentence of paragraph 4. It starts, "The department submitted."
Yes, the department submitted the responses to the media house, responding to the questions posed. The department furnished the following responses in verbatim.
Thank you, Colonel Tipper. Commissioners, at the time of preparing Ms. Tipper's witness statement, we were unable to source the exact email that was transmitted to Mr. Wicks. However, it is replicated here in verbatim in the affidavit that she provided to IPID. And do you confirm the correctness of that?
I do confirm the correctness.
Thank you. And so just to conclude then, Ms. Tipper, upon receipt of the responses from Commissioner Spies that we have worked through, you then modified or edited the responses and provided that to Mr. Wicks in response to his media inquiry.
That is correct,
Is
Commissioner.
that a reflection? Thank you. Could I then ask you to turn back to page 6 of your witness statement, page 6?
I'm on page 6.
We are on paragraph 19. So after you submitted the response to Mr. Jeff Wicks, what were any further developments thereafter?
On the 8th of Feb 2023, I received another email from Mr. Wicks, again inserted, and I would read it into record, which said, good morning, Chief Soup. Please see brief follow-up questions below as regards the memorandum previously sent to you. It is my information that the following vehicles are registered to the EMM, Ekurhuleni Metro Municipality Fleet. And he listed 3 vehicles there with the registrations: Delta Lima 03, Hotel Golf Papa, Juliet Papa 35, Juliet Whiskey Golf Papa, Bravo Zulu 99, Charlie Kilo Golf Papa. And his 2 questions that he posed to the department was, number 1 being, are these EMPD vehicles? And the second was, have these vehicles ever been allocated to EMPD? And then he closed it off with, please, may I have the first round of responses today and these tomorrow? Many thanks.
Thank you. And when you turn over the page in your witness statement, when you turn over the page at paragraph 20, you attach an annexure KX5, which reflects the contents of what you've just read. Do you confirm that?
I do confirm, Commissioner. Thank you.
What then was your response to this follow-up inquiry from Mr. Wicks?
I had remembered that I had forwarded to Commissioner Spies for further handling, but furthermore, that, you know, as the EMPD, we do not have, or rather, we don't reside with the powers of checking the fleet of the EMM, and that is the sole responsibility of the Transport Department. So within all vehicles that are under Ekurhuleni municipality, they are controlled from the Transport Department, where there's a proxy who has been assigned for the administration purposes of the said vehicles. So it wasn't anything that was easily accessible for me at that stage, but I would, of course, resorted it to explaining that element to him, that it's not information that I have in possession.
And can I ask you to have regard to what is contained at paragraph 21 of your statement?
Yes.
The second last sentence in paragraph 21. It starts with, I directed thee. Do you see that? Paragraph 21.
Paragraph 21, yes.
Yes. Could you address the commissioners with respect to that?
Okay, so the information sought in relation to the vehicles was not easily accessible, as the Transport Department Fleet Section is responsible for the management of all EMM vehicles. There is one proxy allocated for the city's fleet named Mr. Christine. I directed the further inquiry to Commissioner Spies, but I don't recall whether I had obtained responses to these further inquiries or questions.
And to your knowledge then, when did the Blue Lights story by Mr. Jeff Wicks break? When did the story come out?
So in Feb, he was busy doing the media inquiries, and I think early in March, between late Feb, early March, that's when the story broke and it drew such traction.
Please continue from paragraph 23 and tell the commission about the impact of the story and the response, if any, from your office.
The story was indeed massive, and I received more media inquiries. The consistent theme was what was the outcome of the investigation into the conduct of Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and what steps did the department intend to take in respect of consequence management.
Please proceed.
The media and PR unit, as I had explained earlier, constituted members, about 9 members, as media liaison officers. I had taken this story on as the head of media and PR by virtue of the complexity that it came with it. And then from me having initiated and having received the inquiry, I just continued with further inquiries, which I would get regular queries again from various media agencies and news agencies. We're talking the likes of your News 24, IOL, Sowetan, Daily Sun, the likes.
And Of the members of the media and PR unit who handled the TV or the radio interviews and who, took on the task of responding to the further inquiries that you describe in paragraph 24?
We haven't responded as a department to further inquiries. Yes, because at that time I would have informed the office of the city manager that let's have a consolidated type of approach when having to respond to such things.
Okay. If you have a look at paragraph 24 of your witness statement.
Yes.
Yeah. In the last sentence, you say, I regularly received queries and follow-up questions from various news agencies. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then, were these queries and follow-up questions ever responded to? And if so, who handled the responsibility of responding?
I would direct them to the office of the city manager, that the city's spokesperson takes charge of it. Because now they're making inquiries on matters that wouldn't fall within the competency of a department. We are speaking human resource related matters as to issues of discipline. What steps is the department taking? It wouldn't be the prerogative of the department, but that of human resources.
Colonel Tipper, can I ask you to expound further on what you just said with reference to paragraph 25 and 26? So if you turn over the page, your witness statement, page 8.
Yes.
And you just explain to the Commission a little bit more about what you just said about the competencies.
Being a spokesperson for the department, I speak for the policing leg of the Metro Police Department. And Zweli, who is responsible, or rather is the spokesperson for the city of Ekurhuleni, will then be better placed to respond to questions that are HR related, transport related, department related, but mine was really restricted to the policing leg of the city.
And if you have regard to paragraph 25
Yes.
of your witness statement, the last sentence of paragraph 25.
Yes, it reads, I suggested that EMPD as well as the office of the city manager issue a comprehensive response. That whatever information the office of the city manager would seek, as a department we are able to provide, and that her office then takes charge in responding to what would be the human resource element of it, the transport department element of it, because it's nothing that the EMPD is having jurisdiction in that regard.
With reference to paragraph 26 of your witness statement, what was your motivation for proposing a joint statement between EMPD and the office of the city manager?
Above anything else, it would be that which would be conflicting statements coming out from the same institution, dealing with the same matter, but yet there would be conflict with the statement. And that, again, the questions were rather technical and required further engagement with other departments that I wouldn't be able to acquire, and that the office of the city manager would be better placed. And this again, the questions required technical response, and the office of the city manager could quickly assist with directing that a proper response be obtained from various agencies like Fleet, HR, etc. And above all, again, the seriousness of the issue also warranted a response to handle any further inquiry.
Thank you, Colonel. What then was the response to your proposal?
I was told to back off. I was told to back off and allow the office of the city manager to handle further media inquiries.
And who told you to back off?
I was informed by the spokesperson for the city of Ekurhuleni, Mr. Zweli Dlamini.
And so after the direction that you allow the city manager's office to handle any further inquiries as they relate to the blue lights issue, what was your sense of their response? Please tell the Commission what you considered their intervention.
Their efforts did very little to calm the storm, did very little to calm the fire. I recall at a stage Mr. Dlamini was quoted saying that the vehicles do indeed belong to the EMPD and that he wasn't sure which unit they have been allocated to. It didn't make sense at all, but nonetheless.
And why do you say the response provided by Mr. Dlamini didn't make any sense?
You know, when we speak of EMPD vehicles, we tend to know what vehicles we have within our fleet by virtue of being the end users. So under no circumstance can you come with a V-Class and claim it to be an EMPD vehicle. We know the type of vehicles we have as operational vehicles, and those allocated, of course, to our VAPs under protection unit.
And just as a question of clarity, then you say in paragraph 29, the use of black BMWs, the type as identified by Mr. Wicks, were restricted to VIPs. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And not law enforcement. Over the page.
That is correct, Commissioners. So under no circumstance would you find a black BMW within the city of Ekurhuleni doing law enforcement. That is the same vehicle that would never stop vehicles and enforce traffic violation or anything of that sort. But they are directed solely for the purpose of the conveyance of our principles within the Ekurhuleni municipality. That would be the executive mayors, the MMCs, and other city officials.
Your last sentence in paragraph 29, it's at the top of page 9 of your witness statement.
Yes. Oh, yes. Therefore, the lady in the video could not lawfully be ferried in such a vehicle as she was not an EMPD employee, let alone a VIP that we would know of.
And is it therefore correct that, in your view, the response provided by Mr. Dlamini didn't make sense when considered against how the EMPD typically uses the vehicles there?
That would be correct.
Colonel Tipper.
Sorry, Ms. Mutlasedi, so far, Colonel Tipper has not told us what vehicles Mr. Wicks was inquiring about, and so that paragraph 29 that refers to BMWs does not have a context. Perhaps you should have the witness speak to page 7, at least, which is the letter that she says came with the inquiry, just to list for the record the model of the vehicles that Mr. Wicks was inquiring about.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel Tipper, could I ask you to turn to page 6 of your witness statement?
Page 7. Mine is 7.
Oh, the witness statement, yes.
Okay.
Paragraph 19.
I'm there.
Are you there? And just to remind you, this is the email of the 8th of February that was sent to you by Mr. Jeff Wicks. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Thank you. And inside the body of the email, there is some introductory remarks, and there is a list of certain vehicles registered to EMM. That's what is provided in the email.
That is correct.
Okay. Could I ask you, with reference to the 3 vehicles, do you see them there, the 3 vehicles? Yes, to describe the types of vehicles that were referenced there.
The types of vehicles referenced here, I'm not privy to that information. I'm making reference specifically to the video that has been sent by means of WhatsApp to me, where you would see these vehicles being displayed in such a manner where you are able to identify the make and models of such vehicles. Thank you, Commissioners.
And for clarity then, the comment you make in paragraph 29 of your witness statement concerning the use of black BMWs, do you see that? Okay.
Great.
Yes. Your evidence then is that your comment there doesn't reflect the content of Jeff Wicks' email on the 8th of February. Is that correct?
That would be aligned, because it's a follow-up from the initial email sent on the 2nd. So it would be everything inclusive, and that which has been of a physical, tangible thing to be seen by me was the video that has been sent via WhatsApp. And that was when I was able to identify some of this fleet of vehicles.
So the reference in paragraph 29 to the use of black BMWs is a reference to the 2 WhatsApp videos sent to you by Mr. Wicks. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
On the 2nd of February, as described in paragraph 13 of your witness statement.
That would be correct, and leading into the further inquiries. So in essence, I wouldn't be in a position to, like I said, that would be the sole responsibility of the Transport Department under the Fleet section.
Thank you, Colonel. Colonel Tipper, could I then ask you to turn back to page 9 of your witness statement?
On page 9?
From paragraphs 30 to 32, you set out the aftermath of the blue light story. Could you detail those events to the Commission, please?
So from paragraph 13, at that time, it became increasing clear that the story was not going to die down. And then in March or April of 2023, I learned that Commissioner Spies had by then referred to the matter for an internal investigation under the administration of Lieutenant Colonel Annie Erasmus. This was again attached. It was one of the recipients who was CC'd in the initial response. So the outcome of that process was never communicated with me as the spokesperson. And then I came to know that Brigadier Mkhwanazi was suspended and at a later stage returned to work after the 3-month suspension.
Please proceed to paragraph 32.
You know, though time had passed and there has been other developments within the country, but this Blue Light Blazer story just kept gaining traction for whatever reasons. And, you know, it continued to grow legs and, you know, it made news every time that there would be further developments. The media attention flared up at the news of Brigadier Mkhwanazi's suspension, but above all, his return back to work.
Colonel Tipper, that then introduces a new theme under the heading My Engagements with IPID. That is paragraph 33 of your witness statement. Yes. Can I ask you to tell the Commission about your engagements with IPID from paragraph 33?
So during May and June of 2023, I was approached by a Mr. Kulu, who introduced himself as an official investigating the Blue Light saga. But when he had introduced himself, he informed me that he wanted to discuss pertinent issues within the department, one being, of course, the Blue Light saga, and the other being an inquiry where it was alleged that EMPD officers had taken under false pretense a motor vehicle along the R21, and that he was also investigating that story. So with that said, you know, I explained that these issues he wanted to raise were very serious and concerned other individuals within the department. It was only fitting that, you know, I be in attendance with somebody who in turn would be the staff officer in the office of the Chief of Police. And while the staff officer, it's easier for him to then brief the Chief of Police as to the engagement that we had with Investigation Directorate of Priority Crime. With IPID, rather.
With IPID. At paragraph 35, please, you know, detail to the Commission what you discussed in that meeting with Mr. Kulu.
So in the nutshell, he had made inquiries as to how the media inquiry was given to us as a department, and what responses had we furnished as a department, and just basic stuff that would speak to steps taken by the department in coming to this, what would be his investigation.
You can proceed to paragraph 36.
So that, I had handled the media inquiry, and the responses from EMPD was obtained from Commissioner Spies, which I had then taken to be what would be the true reflection of the responses from the department. After that initial meeting, I had further meetings with Mr. Kulu. I had several meetings actually with Mr. Kulu. At subsequent meetings, he introduced me to the members of his team. There was a lady that he had introduced with another gentleman, I think an advocate from the Northwest. I just can't remember their names. So the lady was again from a different province.
Colonel, we know from your evidence as given in the course of this morning that the Blue Lights story was massive. You described that, it was a widespread story. But how widespread was knowledge within the EMPD about the IPID investigation? Was it something publicly known, or was it something known to a limited amount of people? You can answer this question from paragraph 37.
I would suspect that it was known within the department, because all the meetings that would have, or most of the meetings that would have, they would be held at the EMPD offices, and in essence, I wouldn't just attend those meetings alone. At times, I would have Colonel Duplessis, and in the one meeting, I had one of the media liaison officers, who is Marima Shishi, because she had handled the R21 story, and she was better placed or fitted to just assist with collating info on that story.
And in your engagements with Mr. Kulu, what specifically did he require from you for purposes of his investigation?
He requested that we, within the department, all those which he had interviewed now, that we reduce to writing statements that would then be submitted as evidence. And
with reference to paragraph 38, what was your response to his request that you prepare a statement?
When we sat with Mr. Kulu in one of the boardrooms, I actually sat across him and needed him to understand the magnitude and the danger which he then seeks to put me in requesting information that he has no intention of following up or even investigating. So I had put it to him in saying that, Mr. Kulu, I really need to understand the seriousness and your commitment into this case, because you are really asking me to take a personal risk.
And what?
Can I just ask a question, Colonel? Why did you believe that you were taking a personal risk simply by providing information about whether or not vehicles belong to EMPD?
Commissioners, in the back of the scene, things are happening as we move forward. And you could just see the nature in which how things are now shifted in saying that, no, the office of the city manager will start handling inquiries moving forth. And furthermore, in saying that, now here's IPID that has came to the party. I'm sure IPID, Mr. Kulu, wasn't the first to be informed or having investigated matters pertaining EMPD. So there was a lot at play in this instant.
Can I just follow up on that? You say in the statement, before I agreed, I stressed to him that the individuals involved in this case are highly connected and powerful. What were you speaking to there? You speak of individuals in the plural. So that's the first question. Who are these individuals that you were speaking to? And then when you say they're highly connected and powerful, what are you speaking to then?
Commissioners, when the initial inquiry came to me and it had made reference to Mr. Vusimusi Ket Madlanga, I didn't know the gentleman from a bar of soap. I only got to learn of him as things transpired within the city and South Africa in its entirety. But above all, the fact that communication would be restricted in one office, then that just gave me the shivers in saying that what exactly is at play here, and am I even competent to be attending to same? So that just really created an element of discomfort that I needed him to assure me as to he will then take this process and he will investigate and he will do what is expected. Because, you know, in my opinion, there are certain IPID members that we know who are just captured by a certain system, and it's not a place for me to indulge in that, but it's just things that we know by virtue of being law enforcers.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pasiseri.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel Tipper, after you've then shared your concerns with Mr. Zulu, what is his response to you? We're in paragraph 39.
This is responded to on paragraph 39. He had assured me in saying that, you know, rest assured that I'm going to work tirelessly, endlessly, with dedication towards this matter because, you know, I'm not even attached to the Gauteng province's IPID or even Ekurhuleni's IPID, that, you know, a task team has been established or set up for the purpose of this investigation, comprising of people coming from different provinces. So the other two members which he had came with, they were not even from the province which he came from. So it gave a bit of relief to me in saying that, okay, meaning that there is an element of being serious with this matter, so let me just give it my all.
And in that discussion with Mr. Zulu, did he ever explain to you why IPID decided to use a team made up of individuals from outside of Gauteng province?
Yes. They wanted to minimize the risk of threats and, of course, undue influences, and that, you know, proper team is established for the purpose of investigating this that will not be infiltrated by powers that be.
And please have regard to the contents of paragraph 40 and inform the Commission what else Mr. Zulu shared with you during that meeting.
So this was on the day he had taken the liberty to come to my house, and we had a discussion after losing a phone, and he informed me that Brigadier Mkhwanazi had told him that I was a dirty cop and that I had a defeating the ends of justice case registered against my name. And, you know, I could see how this was about to unfold going forward.
What is your understanding of the meaning of a dirty cop?
You know, if you're being investigated for issues that are related to blue lights and what his action was contributing to that, how is it defeating the ends of justice case related to his investigation? But nonetheless, I'm more than willing to share what the content of that is, of the defeating the ends of justice, if you so permit. So whilst we had an incident where one of our officers in the EMPD was shot in an attempted hijacking. So I got to the scene, being one of the first higher ranking officers that arrived at the scene. Upon arrival, I'm issued with this firearm, which has been taken out of a vehicle by one of the colleagues, and said to me that I had kept this safe to give to our armory. But since you are here, ma'am, as a ranking officer, please do ensure that it gets to our armory section. And I did precisely that. I called our armory section to come to the scene of the incident. But before they had arrived, an officer from Norcom Park, SAPS, they arrived at the scene where EMPD already had cordoned off the scene. We've used cones to close off what would be remaining cartridges on the scene. But at no given point was the firearm placed anywhere on the scene. It was taken from a vehicle and handed over to me in my capacity as senior official within the EMPD. And of course, with the intention that from the scene itself, it would be given to our armory section. When this officer, Barbara Ferreira, I think she's a communications officer under the South African Police Services for Norcom Park, she came there and had misconstrued that the firearm was removed from the scene by myself. And of course, I only obtained it from the officer, and furthermore, the officer had explained that no, it wasn't part of the activities of that scene, and that he only kept it with him for safekeeping, and that it was given to me to then give to the armory. And I don't know what the merit of the case is. I don't even know how far it is. It's a 2023 matter, though.
Who would have laid the criminal charge against
It was opened by the very same communications officer. And I think what was misunderstanding there was I am a communications person within the EMPD. I'm here in my capacity as the spokesperson to report on the occurrence of what had transpired. But when she comes as from the South African Police Services and having to want to make communication and just politely declining that, then it just became something of ego-testing fights that was very unnecessary. Thank you, Commissioners.
Colonel Tipper, please then just update the Commission on what the status of that criminal complaint is, as you know it.
It's unknown to me. The last we had met up with the investigating officer, Van Veek, also aligned to the Norcom Park detective section. We had taken warning statements. What is the outcome thereof? It's unknown to me, Commissioners.
And in paragraph 41 of your witness statement, paragraph 41 on page 11, you set out some comments or reflections there in light of what Mr. Tsulu disclosed to you. Please share those.
Yeah, you know, it became quite clear that Brigadier Mkhwanazi carried ill wills and, you know, will do anything to discredit anybody who then comes forward and has to reduce to writing or even give statement as to the occurrence of what happened with the Blue Light saga. And furthermore, I think what disturbed Brigadier Mkhwanazi then, it is the fact that how I chose to handle this media inquiry, you know, having to had sent it to the acting chief as opposed to maybe just making him aware of what the developments were within the department.
And if you turn over the page, you go to page 12 of your witness statement. In those last two paragraphs of this theme, please detail to the Commission any further developments after that meeting with Mr. Tsulu.
No, I didn't get any feedback from Mr. Tsulu, but it would be a continuous checking in on how far are we, is there anything. So there was a point I remember where Mr. Tsulu was promising imminent arrests, to say that, you know, we almost on the verge of completion and there would be arrest effected, and as such just hang 10. But it then became clear that there were 3 individuals whose assistance was critical in this investigation. That would be myself, for the role which I had played by virtue of receiving this media inquiry and forwarding it to Commissioner Spies without notifying or involving the Deputy Chief of Police Operations and Specialized Services and or the Brigadier himself, who is the man in question. And again, Commissioner Spies, who had then taken the stance in referring this into an investigation through our internal affairs, and furthermore, Ivan du Plessis, who was then responsible for critical documentation in the Office of the Chief of Police as being the staff officer, and furthermore, the role that he had played in facilitating the information sharing sessions with the IPID.
Thank you, Colonel Tipper. You are now at paragraph 44 in your witness statement. Can I ask you to share the details of that paragraph with the Commission?
It was only later then that I had discovered that this is going to have some effect on me and that I was going to get some blowbacks rather, for the role which I had played. So in essence, in responding to this media inquiry and assisting IPID, powerful individuals were not pleased with the transparent response of the EMPD media unit, and it became clear that I offended some people by responding to the media inquiry in the manner that I did.
Can I then ask you to have regard to paragraph 45 of your statement?
Yes.
Under the new subheading there. Can I invite you to share with the Commission what you experienced in July of 2023?
So in July 2023, it was the day of my first attack. It was a Saturday morning, I remember. I woke up to go to the cemetery where my late mother was. And I also had a relative who had recently bought a car. So I had taken that vehicle and made a turn at the Bredel Cemetery. And coming back, I was well within where I live, the street that I live in Tembisa. I was sitting with a neighbor who was on the passenger seat. And 3 men came up to the vehicle that I was in. They came there. The one that came around to the driver's seat cocked a firearm and pointed it to me. I had the windows down. And he then demanded that I switch off the vehicle. So he put his hand in to try and reach for the keys on the ignition, but it's not the kind that you start manually with the key, it's those press buttons. And there was a lot of things that was being said. Behind me, as I was on the driver's seat, another came in and there was this sharp metal object against my neck. Initially, I thought, yes, a knife that's going to slit my throat, only to discover that that is a firearm. And that, I think what hurt me the most with everything that was said at that point, it was then, it is things that are work-related. And the fact that, they want a phone from me and the information which they want, and the fact that they would be, sorry, Commissioners. I was hit on the head with a firearm. The accosters shoved me to the side of the passenger seat. They got into the car and they drove off. They drove past my house, and I could see my neighbor who's literally looking inside the vehicle to identify who the drivers are.
Ms. Tipper, should we take a short adjournment for you to compose yourself, perhaps?
Please, Commissioner.
Let us adjourn. You will please indicate to us, Ms. Mhlasedi. Hello, Mr. Tipper. Let's continue if you can.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
As I had stated that sometime in July 2023, it was on a Saturday where I had gone to my late mother's grave, situated in Pretoria, and on my way back, I had parked just in the street that I live in. I had a neighbor who was sitting on the passenger seat when three accosters, came to the vehicle that I was driving. The one came onto the driver's side. The one sat behind me behind the driver's seat, and the one had closed in the passenger that was sitting on the side. And after seeing that firearm, and when you work with firearm, you think that you have it under control up until it happens to you. So he cocks a firearm, points at me, and then he reaches to switch off the ignition, but he cannot because it is those push start button vehicles. And he instructs me right then, go to Cimi Moto. Cimi Moto meaning switch off the car. I'm very confused. I'm puzzled as to what is happening. Am I being mugged? Are they taking something? What is it that they want, these people? So the three guys, the one that was sitting on the passenger side, they then take him to place him at the back seat. And I'm now being shoved to sit on the passenger seat where the one that had cocked the firearm initially then gets onto the driver's seat. They then drive off with us, but in the vehicle there's only four of us. As to where the third person had gone, probably back to the vehicle that they had came in. And so they drive the car past my house, and the entire time, things being said, it's things that, they would want information on the phone. It's things that, I'm a problem at work. I'm wondering as to say, how am I a problem at work? We drive, they take us to Ivory Park. The driver then parks on the side of the road. But by then, I'm confused. When you have an out-of-body experience, it be out of fear, it be out of whatever that comes with it. I had passed out, and seemingly these guys, the only thing they were mainly concerned about was my phone. They had even
Can you please explain the out-of-body phenomenon? I've heard people use that term. I'm not quite sure what it means.
I'm unable to do anything. I'm numb, I'm mute, I'm not responsive. I'm trying to even make sense of how I could even project this thing that I was going through. But in essence, I'm so out of it that I'm even unable to respond, to even lift, to even make a sound.
But you continue to see or perceive what's going on.
I continued seeing everything that was happening. I saw them drive past my house. I would even direct as to say which streets they used going there to Ivory Park. But upon the Ivory territory, I'm not so familiar with it. But that's where the vehicle eventually came to a stop. And whilst halted there, they tried getting the neighbor now to open my phone and said that, but the information sifuna kule phone. I'm thinking, what information would that be? Why would I be in possession of any information that anybody would want in that element? Commissioners, this must have been one of the most scariest things by far, because I'm hit with this metal object, a firearm. I have another one sticking out on my neck.
When you described it earlier before we adjourned, you said you felt a sharp object.
Correct.
In your statement, you said you felt a cold object.
Correct.
Yes,
It was a
yes.
cold object that had a reflection, a silver reflection on it. So if you just take a glance at it, you would seemingly think it's a knife under the circumstance, only to
thank
discover it is a firearm. And when we got to Ivory Park, and from recollection, you know, they had then taken my phone, they had taken my wallet, but what puzzled me the most, it's the fact that I even had my bank cards in there. They could have easily accessed money from them. I'm driving a brand new vehicle that still had a temporary permit at the back that they could have taken. So what exactly do they want? They didn't come there for the car. They didn't come there for the wallet nor the money. But the ultimate thing that was being said consistently was the phone that had information. As to what information, it is still unknown to me.
Thank you, Colonel. Perhaps you could continue from paragraph 55 and discuss what happened thereafter.
So they then request my neighbor to, they ask him as to what's wrong with me, but he then informs them that I'm epileptic. So the one had already exited the vehicle, so they instruct him to then come around and drive me to hospital. And he managed to move the vehicle slightly off. He's not much of a driver himself, but just to attempt in getting us away from it. And we then drove straight to home because my phone is gone, my bank cards are gone. The one thing that I would put as a priority, it is the stoppage of the bank cards. Upon getting home, I was able to access the phone, one of the relatives. I then called a friend who I'd given my ID number to say, please call Standard Bank, call Capitec, that you block my cards. And I then moved from home with the guy. We went to the Rabasoto police station. Whilst at the police station, I'm registering this case of kidnapping and, being pointed with firearm and theft, robbery. They assist me to an extent that, the docket is open, the A1 statement is written, the 3M forms I've completed, even the cover, the docket cover, the diary SAP 5 is then made. And just on its completion, they then tell me that because at some point where this accosters had driven the vehicle, they would need to obtain the fingerprints. And, it was a correct procedure to say the least. But what had been a bit of a hindrance for me, commissioners, is this vehicle doesn't even belong to me. What they had wanted to do is they had wanted to take this vehicle and take it to their pounds, maybe between Van Rijn or even Eriton for that matter. I'm privileged by virtue of being a law enforcement agent to know exactly what happens at those pounds. A new vehicle coming in, coming out, it would be having certain parts gone, certain things removed from it. How am I then liable to things that wasn't my own making? I think it is the only thing that had directed me, or rather pushed me not to want to give in the vehicle for further processing. But I further suggested to the station and the guy that was assisting me, the officer that was taking the statement, to say, I do not mind if the LCRC is called to the station, that they process and take fingerprints at the station. But what would be a challenge for me, it would be that which would allow the vehicle to be taken to the SAPS 13 and be kept at their pound over a certain period due to the theft that happens there.
And, sorry, Colonel, what is the LCRC?
The local criminal register record, the LCR, the criminal register, the local criminal register record, yes.
Local Criminal Records Center.
Centers, my
That's at the
apology,
top of page 15 of your statement.
My apology, Commissioner.
No problem.
Thank you, Colonel. So after you've explained your hesitation or reluctance to hand the car over at the police station, what then was the response you received there? You're at paragraph 58.
They told me that they cannot register the case. They told me that if I'm refusing then to have this vehicle taken into the pound, then they will not register the case.
Please continue.
So are we on paragraph 55, you said?
59.
59, my apology. So
Maybe before you do that, Colonel Tipper, before this incident, had you ever had any incidents, negative incidents that relate to the performance of your functions?
absolutely not, Commissioner. Absolutely not. In my 16 years of experience working as an officer, I have never been in any altercation, any physical thing that would amount to this, that I'm further handled, for lack of a better word.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to think, and I'll mention personal experiences. You know, when you used to have those detachable radios in cars, on one occasion that was stolen from my car, the police came to my house and did that dusting up thing and all that to take fingerprints. And
You know,
there was a second incident also involving my car. I forget what that was about. Again, the police came to my house and again took the fingerprints at my house. I'm just trying to understand why the police could not have gone to wherever the car was to do this, or have things since changed?
Commissioner, it's still a confusing element for me, because as a law enforcement, in my existence within the EMPD, in execution of my duties, I would recover vehicles. Part of the recovery would be summoning the LCRC, having a photographer come out to the scene, unless it would be with unfavorable weather conditions, that then they would request that, it be done at the station or even at the pound. But under no circumstance would they then say, let's take this vehicle to an SAP 13 pound for processing, whereas I know in my personal capacity that, these people do come out to the scene. And it wasn't even an instruction being given. It was a humble request to the SAPS and saying, please, the vehicle doesn't belong to me. If it can be processed at the station, I don't even mind waiting. I will do just that. But seemingly that wasn't the case.
Thank you, Chairperson.
So, in that last paragraph, last sentence at paragraph 58, you say they declined to register the case at that point, even though the docket was completed. Can you just speak to that a little bit? Because you seem to be suggesting that there was sufficient information to open a docket.
Yes. So there was sufficient information. Already they had reduced to writing the statement I had deposed to them. And the fact that, here's an A1 statement that is existing. Here are the preamble statements, the diary that gets inserted into the docket, the nature of the crime that has been created, the elements thereof. But the only thing that was now a bone of contention was the physical object that they needed to impound. The docket was literally complete, Commissioner. I would believe that from that point, it would have gone to somebody for perusal, maybe a colonel of some, a captain of some sort, for perusal and just oathing, and then it was ready for processing.
Do you mention this in your statement, this which you've just spoken to now, do you mention it because there's a particular point you want to make? And maybe let me ask it as a form of a question, that is it possible that you had this experience because the police officer that was assisting you may not have known that they could call the LCRC to come to the place, or do you think there was more to it? And if there was more to it, what is it and why do you think so?
I honestly suspect that the officer wasn't courteous enough to even attempt. Had there been such an act on his part, he would have then made further inquiries to the colleagues that he works with, or even maybe just checked with a station commander as to the extent to which they would assist in this regard. But of course, you know, I wouldn't go to an SAPS station as a complainant and further want to dictate or direct them as to how they need to do their work, as it would be expected that as an officer, I know what my duties and work is. So I didn't want to project that in approaching them and say, but I know that LCRC could come. But I had recovered vehicles previously where LCRC could come and ABC. So it was really one of those that I just choose not to read too much into it. The SAPS portion, that is, let's just say it was an error of material error on their part.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel Tepa, you were at paragraph 59, please.
Yes, so at a later stage, my brother tried to assist to register a case, but I was not in a space to try fight. I wanted to heal from the trauma that I had experienced. During the weekend incident, one of the media liaison officers, Marima Shishi, came to see me. When she came to my house, she came a bit late, and I was between the station and home. She had said that she learned of my incident from one of the freeway members. A freeway unit, it is a section within the operations and specialized divisions, but freeway being more specialized services than operations. So she had learned of the incident from colleagues in the freeway unit. I was shattered. I was out of it. I didn't even say much. You know, all that I had told her was that I wasn't okay. I wasn't okay.
And Colonel, at the point in time where
sorry, Ms. Muhlasedi, is there anything that you are perhaps implying here by, for example, saying only friends and family were aware of the incident? Are you implying anything?
I don't want to be drawing inference into things that cannot be substantiated, Chair, but it's prudent that one also reads between the lines in what has been the occurrence of a media inquiry within the department. Thank you.
Because I was asking because there's that saying that news travels, you know.
Maybe.
You may only have been aware of friends and family.
Perhaps,
the friends and family also have friends and
families elsewhere. That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. So, Colonel Tipper, when your colleague comes to see you at home, what was your engagement with her like, and what was your interaction with her?
No, she came to check up on me, and she had said that she had heard of my incident from the freeway unit guys, and you know, what more can I say in that? If already something had just happened, and I think when she had arrived, she had found me at the station and then said she'd wait for me at home. And that alone just creates a whole lot of disparities that, if questioned and properly ventilated, I'm sure dots and the domino effect will then happen. But of course, like I said, I am not casting any sort of aspersions in this instant.
You can please continue. You're at paragraph 60 of your statement.
So on the Sunday, I then informed the chief of police of what had happened, and of course the chief then implored that please look after yourself, and I must take some time off, and coming back to the office, I must then come see him.
And please describe from paragraph 61 what happened when you did go back to the office.
So going back to the office, I get to see Chief and further explain in full detail what transpired, and the fact that, I had believed it to be related to work because of the things the assailants kept saying to me. And, he seemed extremely sympathetic. And actually provided that, I must use office resources to try and track and get to the bottom of it. But pertinently so, it was the tracking of my cell phone, which at a later stage, it pinned in Johannesburg at the Central Business District and near taxi rank. The chaos and the havoc that happens there, there's no way of getting the phone. I mean, who do you chase after at a taxi rank?
You're in paragraph 62, Colonel.
So when I got to meet with the PA for the Chief of Police, Ms. Lisel Tyers, she then informs me that, so it was still within the weekend of my incident. She then informs me that a lady came looking for you here, Nomapa. Nomapa, why would Nomapa look for me? Commissioners, it should be noted that this Nomapa is a lady that had a relationship with Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and they also share a child together. As to reasons why Nomapa would look for me in an office that we do not even operate from the same division, we are not even related in any way coming to work staff. So that truly puzzled me. It truly, truly puzzled me.
She works for the EMPD as well?
She is an EMPD officer.
Oh, thank you.
Colonel Tipa, I know you say you don't want to cast aspersions because you don't have any facts, but
Correct.
you must have thought something about this. And that is why you mention it in the statement.
Correct, Commissioner.
And I think you should say why you thought it was significant enough to mention, and say that even with a qualifier, if you want to put in that qualifier that you don't have facts, but this is what you thought of it.
Correct, Commissioner. I wouldn't want an element of what would be hearsay evidence to further be recorded as what is being given by me now. Lisel Tyers then tells me that Nomapa came to the office looking for me on a Monday. It puzzles me because under no circumstance would I communicate with Nomapa unless it is things that would be related to media that she needs to then know. Actually, even the public order policing, there's nothing that they report to us as media on. Media is more the successes, operational guys, and under no circumstance would we have anything. I'm trying to link as to whether, what would Noma be wanting from me in that aspect. We are not even friends, we are not even associates, we're just colleagues that we know each other from the EMPD. When we walk past each other, a salute, morning, bye, we would never even engage in a conversation of any sort.
Let me ask you directly, and you can say yes or no, so that this part of the evidence can make sense. Are you, with that paragraph, communicating that her relationship with Brigadier Mkhwanazi, because you do mention the relationship and the fact and how close the relationship was, are you communicating, at least you're thinking about it without facts, that because of a relationship with Brigadier Mkhwanazi, that's how she came to know about what happened to you? Is that what you're seeking to convey, even though you don't have facts for it?
My thinking, commissioners, is an incident happens over the weekend. That is unknown. But like the commissioner had said, that family over family, the news travels fast. But how weird is it that a woman who has a child with Brigadier Mkhwanazi would randomly on a Monday morning ensure that if I did arrive at work, and if not, if maybe Lizelle was to say, no, Lebo is off sick, she would seek reasons as to say, what's wrong with her, hypothetically. And based on my thinking, I think this is somehow linked to the attack. But that is my thinking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel, can I ask you, once you got back to work and in light of your belief that the attack you endured was linked to your work, did you make a request to anyone, Chief Mapie or a superior, to provide you with some additional security in light of what you'd experienced?
Commissioners, it must be understood the type of environment we work in, where protocol is everything, a chain of command is everything. And furthermore, where seniority would play a role in that I'm a lieutenant colonel. I'm literally 3 positions below what a deputy chief of police is, if not more. We have an instant where a whole deputy chief of police life is in danger. 6 then assistants from the institution, maybe not even department, the institution, but seemingly could not receive it. Who am I if I'm just a crawling ant within the department to receive such protection?
And which commissioner in particular are you speaking about now?
I'm referring to Commissioner Spies, where, various threats have been made against him, where you would hear officers that because he's operating a motorcycle, it would be easy to get rid of him. I remember this one time, Commissioner, that prior to my attack, I had a vehicle, a gray Audi, that was following me for some time. I further informed Commissioner Spies. Now it seemed like because of this blue light blesser saga that everybody's just crumbling. This vehicle that is subsequently following me, I sent him the registration. He conducts a vehicle inquiry on it, and it is discovered to be linked to somebody by the surname of Mkhwanazi. That's not even coming from the region or area of Ekurhuleni, but instead it is a Pretoria-based address. So that alone, I think just putting the dots together says a lot. Maybe it is Ibongo Fanani and nothing beyond that.
Can you please repeat and explain the last thing you said?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner. Ibongo Fanani translated to, they happen to have the similar surname with Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colonel, if we could turn back to paragraph 63, you were explaining to the Commission your views on the usefulness or the effectiveness potentially of asking for help. And you did so with reference to the experience of Commissioner Spies. Can I invite you to explain that in some detail and how it informed the decision you ultimately took?
Commissioner Spies is also seasonal officer, wherein I have never came across anything that would put him in an instant that he was in at that time, threats. But due to the role which he had played pertaining the Blue Light Saga, he found himself now being threatened. And with the threats that he had received, the insinuation that he operates a motorbike and he's an easy target, and the security which has been sought, and further discovered that the responses received from the accounting officer was that Revo is issued with a gun and he can protect himself. I'm now issued with a gun and a council vehicle, but why would I be told any different to what he was?
So, just to clarify your position there, based on the experience of Commissioner Spies, in addition to the fact that he's a superior officer to you, you interpreted how he had been treated and made a decision that it was unlikely that you would be afforded security if you sought it. Is that an accurate reflection?
It was unlikely that I would get security because already Chief Mabiyeye was in the know of my incident, was in the know of whatever that's been alleged to, or rather said around Commissioner Spies. Looking at the rank difference alone, that spoke volume. And furthermore, I just needed to take it and move on with life.
Thank you, Colonel. In paragraph 66 and 67 of your witness statement, you make some concluding remarks on this theme. Please share those with the Commission.
In light of the above, I believe that the attack on me was related to my work. The accosters were not financially motivated. Despite driving a brand new vehicle, it was not taken. The accosters did not take any money from me and did not attempt to remove funds from my account. Finally, the continued comments made about looking for information on my phone in circumstances where I did most of my work was on my phone.
Please continue.
It was clear to me that this was meant to serve as a stern warning and that the assault was done to deliver that warning. Despite my years working out in the field and engaging members of the public, of the general public, I have never, in my 16 years of service, been assaulted for doing my job.
Thank you, Colonel. That then concludes that theme, and we then begin a new theme on page 17 with the title, My Role in the EMPD Media Unit. Are you there?
I am there.
Thank you. In paragraph 68, could you please share the contents of that with the Commission?
So, in the aftermath of the Blue Light scandal, Mr. Dlamini told me that going forward, all media inquiries concerning Brigadier Mkhwanazi must go to the office of the city manager. This was during a call made to him concerning another media inquiry that I had received. And
Colonel Tipa, what was your understanding? Did you understand Mr. Dlamini to convey an instruction from the city manager, or it was his own initiative or decision? What was your understanding?
no, it was one that was coming from the city manager. So there's absolutely no way that Zweli could then formulate or structure instructions that wouldn't be in line with policy or that would bypass policy, as opposed to, having a situation where he then takes to himself to say, no, it's Letegi Mimshana. He calls me Mshana. So I think in a very polite manner of saying that, no, all inquiries pertaining to that is Letegi Mimshana. That was his instruction, but of course coming from the office of the city manager would have been the instruction of the city manager.
Just to be clear on that, so he did not say so specifically.
No, he didn't say
All
so
right,
specifically,
But you are saying there's no way he could have said this
yes,
because it
Commissioner.
didn't accord with how the media sections were structured.
That is correct, Commissioner.
All right.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colonel Tipa, still on paragraph 68. Prior to the Jeff Wicks article on the blue lights issue, would a story of this nature involving an EMPD officer in the person of Brigadier Mkhwanazi go through your office in the media unit, or would it have proceeded in the manner directed by Mr. Dlamini here?
No, it would have came directly to our office, and the responses would be sponsored by the office itself. When we speak of directors, they're still within the employment of the Metro as ordinary employees without having contracts attached to them. So when it starts taking that view, then that's when I would refer matters for consideration in the office of the city manager that would speak to a Section 56 appointees, the contractual appointees.
Thank you. Could I ask you to turn the page in your witness statement? You're now on page 18, paragraph 69. Before you address the commission regarding the contents of paragraph 69, could I ask you to go to your annexure bundle, the other file, and please turn to page 22. Go to the annexure bundle, page 22.
I am there.
Thank you. And then if you have regard to your witness statement, you're on page 18, paragraph 69.
Yes.
I'd ask you to describe the contents of paragraph 69 to the commission with reference.
Paragraph 69, late in October 2023, still the year which a media inquiry was forwarded in Feb. In October, then I received a memorandum from the office of the city manager seeking to herein centralize all outbound communication in her office. The upshot of that memorandum was that all interviews and statements, regardless of subject matter and urgency, must go out of her office. It is then marked as, or rather, and attached as KX7.
Colonel Tipa, if we turn to the document itself on page 22.
Yes.
Thank you. Please just read in bold the title of the document there.
It's titled Centralization of Communications and Media Inquiries.
Okay. And the document is directed to?
It is directed to all heads of departments.
From
Dr. M.I. Mashazi, City Manager.
And please confirm the date for the commission.
The date, it is the 13th of October, 2023.
Thank you. Now you've informed the commission as to what the upshot of the memorandum was. But could I ask you to have regard to paragraph 1 paragraph 1 of the document, the final sentence in paragraph 1, it begins with the words department. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Could I ask you to read?
It reads, departments are still expected to sponsor information, but the final communication will be signed off and disseminated from office of the city manager.
Thank you. And then could you just read the final paragraph there?
It says, trust that the request will be well received and adhered to. Kind regards, Dr. M.I. Mashazi, city manager, signed and dated 13th of October 2023.
Okay. If you then go back to your witness statement, you're in paragraph 70 of your witness statement. Could I ask you then, what was your response to, upon receipt of this document?
You know, commissioners, I was taken aback. I was taken aback by the content of this communique. In the event that there were some issues, errors, or even challenges that were identified in the department, I'm sure they would have communicated that as such. But at no given point have we ever received criticism about the work that the EMPD Media and PR unit was conducting at the time.
Commissioner, it's almost 11:30. Thank you.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:45.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Mahlasedi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colonel Tipper, just before the adjournment, you had shared with the Commission the memorandum you received from the Office of the City Manager. We'd gone through the document itself with some detail. Could I...
There's something quite urgent that we must attend to. Can we adjourn for a couple of minutes? Apologies to everybody.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Yes, Ms. Mahlasedi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colonel Tipper, just before we took the tea adjournment, we were on page 18 of your witness statement, page 18, paragraph 70. I had asked you to give your response to the memorandum from the Office of the City Manager. Please do.
Commissioners, I was taken aback by the content of this correspondence from the Office of the City Manager, as I had stated that at no given point was there anything critically pointed out to us in saying we are failing to deliver on the work, or maybe there are some erroneous elements with the work conducted itself. So this was just on an abrupt instruction that centralization of communication. It was apparent that clearly there should be a degree of a specific office enhancing or even just releasing media statements in relation to the matter itself. I think what they had missed was the fact that EMPD carries a great bulk of media inquiries. We're speaking now the bylaws. We're speaking accidents when a news agent would take interest in a particular accident that had happened. So those trivial things they had missed, and when they have drafted this, it was in a generic form of saying including those which are so trivial should be directed to the Office of the City Manager, when they again had other departments to attend to and further speak for the same departments that didn't have spokespersons. Thank you.
And in paragraph 71 of the statement, you set out some developments after receipt of the memorandum.
So in that month, Mr. Dlamini asked me to come and see him. I took the opportunity to ask whether this new communique meant that all media inquiries had to go through him. I found this position unsustainable because of the Office of the City Manager was a very busy office and not realistically to take upon itself to respond to the very basic inquiries received by the EMPD media unit. I also expressed to him that this instance, that all communication go through the city managers significantly delayed the response time at EMPD. His position was that we comply with the decision. Commissioners, I need to further illustrate that when you get a media inquiry, there's also a deadline being given with that inquiry. So having to wait for a Mr. Zweli Dlamini, who at times would miss the emails, the correspondence, or anything that has been forwarded, in essence, it would reflect bad on an institution, because what our role is, it's the maintenance of the EMPD's good name, in turn, which would be that of the city. But I wasn't responsible for the city. I am or was responsible for the department itself. So that delay that would be experienced from the responses from the Office of the City Manager would be to the detriment of the department as opposed to the city itself.
Colonel Tipper, at the commencement of your testimony this morning, you also explained that there were a number of other spokespersons.
Correct.
One of whom you said was a spokesperson for disaster and emergency management services. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay.
William Tladi.
Could I then ask you to comment on, your view about a communique around centralization of information, particularly as viewed against a department like the emergency services?
The emergency services doesn't carry a bulk of media inquiries that would be carried by the EMPD. No wonder, hence, the request to expand the team. I think Mr. Ntladi operates as a spokesperson with having, I think, less than 4 media liaison officers that assist him in the regions when we are 9 because of the work itself. So the impact which it has for the department cannot be compared to that of the disaster and emergency management, because we're talking of a service where there would be an accident. Either he speaks or I speak on that, or we just do a joint statement as the 2 departments, the one that responds to do the rescue operations and us that comes and do the gathering of info and reducing it to accident reports. So as much as it had affected all of us, but I don't think disaster and emergency management was heavily affected in that, because he still continued with his functions. He still had media releases out. He still took interviews. I would see him on TV reporting on maybe some burn shacks within the city of Ekurhuleni. And that alone just set the tone for me to say, maybe the target here is the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department as opposed to the disaster and emergency management services. But then why again would you construct to all heads of department a memorandum of this nature in wanting to centralize communication for the entire city? I think it has about 26 departments or so to a single office. That already, with the capacity it has, it's virtually impossible for them to meet the standard, or rather the deadlines.
Colonel, I just want to find out something from you. This communique is dated October 2023, and in the last few days we had evidence that there was an anonymous email sent to, or anonymous information sent to Jeff Wicks and copied to a lot of people within EMPD and Ekurhuleni municipality. I think there were 2, one in August and one in September, inquiring about the Mkhwanazi allegations, the blue lights, and the fact that he was charged and the charges were quashed. In other words, they did not continue with the proceedings against him. Were you aware of those emails, and can you comment on whether or not this communique was in response to that?
I was never aware of such correspondence that came anonymously to the department, the city. I knew nothing about it, but what I had picked up was the communique itself, the memorandum from the Office of the City Manager, sought to restrict communication, dissemination of same, which is a core function and the mandate of the Media and PR unit.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel Tipper, you have shared with the Commission your response to that memorandum, but you detail a further interaction with Mr. Dlamini from paragraph 72. Can I ask you to go there?
So, I later reached out to Mr. Dlamini and asked him whether he was certain that we should continue in strict compliance of this policy amendment. Commissioners, it's done so for reasons that already we are falling behind schedule in terms of our deadlines. You know, you would need to make follow-ups with him. At times he's not even available, not on his phone. You send an email and it takes longer for a response to reach you. So it became a bit problematic and very saggy and draining us as a team that needed to execute our duties. So he said, no, keep the standard routine inquiries and send me the complex ones. Where do I then draw a line to say this is more complex and this is standard routine? I think at the back of my head, I would believe what he meant is when it pertains to an accident inquiry that you guys know, then deal with it, attend to it, heck, have a field day with media. But when it comes to those that are complex, like I said, complexity in this instant, what would it be? How do I then draw the line? Would I at any given point step over what would be boundaries set by the very same directive issued by the Office of the City Manager? It left me in a very tight predicament of having to distinguish between right and wrong in this instant.
And what did you make of that response? Keep the simple ones, send me the complex ones. How did you go about implementing that, if at all?
He was overwhelmed. I could just conclude right there and there that he was overwhelmed. In essence, he's now saying, let's have the lesser important ones be dealt with by the team in you and in the media space. But once that would speak volume on the city, the department, send them to me. But everything speaks to the city and the department. So what is to be sent to him? I wish, for clarity's sake, they had reduced it to writing and said, when we speak of complexities, this is what we are referring to, that I do not then bypass or seemingly would want to circumvent a memorandum.
And even if that was written, if it was not written by Dr. Mashazi, you were still open to possible discipline.
Correct. Catch-22 situation, commissioners. Yeah. In Sesotho, we call it khomo ya moshate. Wa e gapa o molato, wa e lesa o molato. What do you then do in such instances?
That sounds quite beautiful. Can you translate it?
It's in essence a catch-22 situation where, you know, damned you do, damned if you don't.
Okay. I'll get someone to give me the literal translation. Anyway, and there was this layer of administration as well. You now have to keep checking with him. When are you finalizing this one? When are you finalizing that one? All of this unnecessary.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yeah, and is there anything other than the Jeff Weeks inquiry and your response that you would attribute this to? Is there anything else you could, that is Dr. Mashazi's instruction?
Not that would come at the top of my mind, that particular point. But of course, having learned what I now know, it is clearly this was a prohibition of some sort for us to not even be making further announcement or reports on it. So stay away from it, and let's have a system where we move on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Colonel, do you, other than this letter at page 22, or this instruction at page 22, was any reason ever provided why this change in the way that you now do the media work?
Yes, Commissioner, of which it's part of the submissions which I had made in my statement, that, you know, one of the reasons was that umama akajabulanga nge-media. So because the city manager is not happy with media, and probably how we had gone to handle the inquiry forwarded, of which there was nothing wrong with the way the inquiry was handled. It is standard practice. It is what's been stipulated to say media inquiries would be that. We get a media inquiry, we get a deadline, we respond with truth, transparency. Even though it is that difficult, we still respond, because a response is better than we never received comment from the EMPD, of which it directly points to me.
So you were informed that the reason for this change is because the city manager was not happy with how you dealt or responded to the Mkwanazi issue.
How it was termed by Zweli didn't make reference to the city manager, but when he starts saying umama agajabulang, then one must then read between the lines that, so clearly the city manager is not happy. Not happy with what? The content, the language used, maybe even grammar in that aspect. But can I have something specific that would point to what the error is in the response I had furnished? Was it against the law? Yes, it is against the law. We have the National Road Traffic Act that governs the use of blue lights. Does the letter look authentic? I don't know. Can we have it authenticated in the department? Those are the responses submitted to Mr. Weeks. But at what point are they then saying that umama is not happy with media? If the responses, what in the responses wasn't she happy with?
Thank you.
Yesterday we watched a video clip in which people were singing. What was it? It was about umama as well. Yes. Just remind me.
I think they say umama lo.
Yeah. Umama lo ondizalayo or ongizalayo, depending on whether it was isiZulu. I did not quite hear that part. Is or was Dr. Mashazi generally referred to as umama?
Correct. Everybody just referred to, well, those that I have been in contact with. We are speaking now, at some point I was a commander for the VIP unit. So these are people responsible for the conveyance, for the protection of our principal. So every time we'd make reference to the city manager, it would be, they would call umama. To me, she remained the city manager. She's the accounting officer. And Uzwedi, every time he would speak to me about anything that is perceived, envisaged within the communications framework, Yazin Mchana, he would then call me Mchana and then refer to the CM as umama.
Thank you,
Colonel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colonel, in your exchange with Commissioner Baloyi, you indicated that Mr. Dlamini had explained to you that umama was not impressed, umama was not happy by the work of the media unit. If I can take you to paragraph 73 of your statement. Could you please have regard to the first sentence of paragraph 73 and detail that response to the Commission?
So in that very same conversation, Mr. Dlamini advised me to lay low as a spokesperson and limit further media engagements in my capacity as head of media unit. He explained that umama, a reference to the city manager, was not impressed by a media unit and its handling of the Mkwanazi issue.
And what did you understand by advice to the effect that you must lay low?
Advocate, it's amazing you'd ask me that because it's the exact question that I had asked Mr. Dlamini in saying, Manje Babu Dlamini, are you saying I shouldn't do my work? If that is the case, are you then going to move me elsewhere? What must be the story? What must be of the EMPD media? Because I also have a target that I'm chasing. We need to get our stories out. Are you then saying I must restrict communication altogether? But I mean, based on this centralized communication, it would seem like it's a function that is falling off from the EMPD media and PR unit.
And what transpired then subsequent to that conversation? You're at paragraph 74.
Okay. It reads, at that time, I did not appreciate the closeness between the city manager and Brigadier Mkhwanazi. In hindsight, I see that he was trying to warn me. You know, I really took this for granted. I really took it for granted. Had I had an understanding of what he meant when he said, Umama is not impressed. There was a time he made reference to say, hey, Yazmchana, now in Nama associations wako. I didn't understand what he meant by associations. Clearly, maybe I'm perceived to not be within the group of people that needed to be wherever. I have no idea. I said, no, man, Puma lapo, Puma. I'm asking, who, people, Dlamini? Where, Mr. Dlamini? I'm not understanding what is happening. Is there even association? I'm just here doing my work. You guys have taken me to school. And after getting the qualification which I had, now I need to use it to the full max. But instead, I'm now receiving backlashes for doing my work. I don't even know what the expectation is in this instant. Maybe if it's one that digresses from my job description, I would be better placed to then say, no, you are going against this, which is what you are appointed for.
Did he ever get to explain what associations he was referring to?
No, he never explained, Commissioner. To date, I still wonder what are those associations. Maybe rogueness from truthfulness, maybe lies from truth. It could be anything, really. It would just be chasing pavements in this instant.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colonel, you are still taking the Commission through subsequent events to that discussion. You are now at paragraph 75.
So I returned to the office then after the meeting held at the EGSC. So the EGSC, it's an administration building in Germiston where the office of the city manager is, the other HODs and the likes. So after getting back to our office in Bedfordview, I then informed the Chief of Police Chief Mabie, who then is also amazed by this. I further informed Colonel Duplessis because we happen to work relatively close in the space of, and including the matter when IPID came through where I had roped him in. So it was only fitting that he takes note of what the recent developments are of saying, lay low, don't do your work as a spokesperson, don't be scarce, make yourself scarce, and that was the expectation. And I did indeed make myself scarce.
Please proceed. You're at paragraph 76.
76. So I later became aware of the fact that the city manager and Brigadier Mkhwanazi have a close bond, and that Brigadier Mkhwanazi not only had access to the city manager, but was protected by the city manager. How do we go about, commissioners, to change the entire structure of communications because of a single matter? I could trace it back, commissioners, to an event that happened in the city of Ekurhuleni during lockdown, when an executive mayor was involved in an accident, and seemingly media inquiries came flying in. What was expected there was for the EMPD to sponsor a response because of the vehicle that was in use being a police vehicle. Now things have changed, have taken a drastic change, a 180-degree change, where the executive mayor, I needed to take interviews and explain processes and procedures pertaining the accident he was involved in. Like I had mentioned, there is a spokesperson in the office of the executive mayor and the city of Ekurhuleni being Zweli Dlamini, but I then had to take what would be the challenges that came with the accident involving the executive mayor, and there was no issues there. Had a sit-in with carte blanche, and I was chastised greatly. And what seemed to be the protection of our principal within the city of Ekurhuleni. I had taken that and never even received any criticism on the same matter. Yet we have a very junior person in the department who had taken to be a blue light blesser, allegedly, now having to change that which would be policies in the city of Ekurhuleni. It seriously raised eyebrows for me. It seriously raised eyebrows.
You mentioned just a change within the EMPD, which you attribute to Brigadier, or the protection of Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Allegedly.
Correct,
And
allegedly.
And I use allegedly advisedly. That's not the only change. Other change is the process to be followed with regard to discipline was also changed. What else? That's not the only thing. But during the break, to myself internally, I think I counted about 3 changes, including this one. What was the other one? But now I forget the third one. But the simple point I want to make is that if these allegations are true, one wonders what lay behind all of this for all these changes to have been made. And in respect of all of them, Brigadier Mkhwanazi having been at the center is just amazing. But as I said, I use allegedly, and I do so advisedly. Do you wish to comment on that?
Correct, Commissioner, that the changes were only seen and experienced in the city of Ekurhuleni upon a single media inquiry that it necessitated, as other speakers have spoken before me, it necessitated the change in discipline, the change in delegation systems, the change in now what is a PR function for the department. So even forget the PR, the public relations work of the unit. It is, everything has just been cut and placed at a halt in saying, you will not. So what don't I do? Does it mean communication? Is it only communication? If I start now venturing into public relations, that in essence, in turn is, I could simply say it implies that I shouldn't even engage public relations events in this instant.
You say that in paragraph 76, so the last paragraph you read, you say, I later became aware of the fact that the city manager and Brigadier Mkhwanazi have a close bond. That is a conclusion. On what facts do you base it?
Commissioners, as I had said previously, that how does one receive such protection when it's just allegation? We know what is required by law, it is for one to be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But these are just simple allegations leveled to an individual that would be properly investigated and ventilated. There is no need to touch base with people that are not involved or even linked to this whole debacle. As a spokesperson, I had received an inquiry and I had done what is expected of me and further furnished responses. What was it then for the city to change a system of communication through the centralization? It is protection. What was it then for the city to say, no, I'm taking away rights or even powers of what would be a divisional head coming to issues of discipline? It is the very same issue. So everything is centralized around Mkhwanazi because of the fact that, an inquiry came into the department that we were never aware of, and seemingly it just led to a whole lot of revelations.
So the short point is there is no way that Dr. Mashazi would have done any of this if they were not close.
I suspect that. I know that to be true, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colonel Tipper, you were still on page 19. Can I ask you to deal with the contents of paragraph 77, and then please also move on to 78.
So, in December 2023, Brigadier Mkhwanazi is then promoted to a Deputy Chief of Police, having the rank of a Deputy Municipal Commissioner under the Operations and Specialized Services.
Please proceed.
So around Feb again in 2024, I received a media inquiry. This was after the department had taken to do a verification of the members as to the criminal records that were captured. It was discovered that a few of them had criminal records, and more inquiries started coming in. I had received a directive, an instruction from the Office of the City Manager in October of 2023, and February the next year, I received further inquiry pertaining to the criminal records of our members. The long and short of it is, here is an HR matter that speaks on what the city intends to do, and the HR processes that are involved in what would be processing these people, because it's a contractual element that's been questioned here to say, you have Metro Police officers having criminal records, and furthermore, what is the city then doing to address the issue that its members who are linked to the policing league have criminal records? I think this circular or this communique would have been proper to then direct and divert this inquiry to the Office of the City Manager. Commissioners, to my dismay, I was instructed that I will handle the inquiry. How am I now handling an inquiry after being told that any form of correspondence, any interviews, anything that is to go out of the department must go out from the Office of the City Manager? Now I must take interviews on national TV, responding to questions that are HR related, when Zweli is there, who is better placed to then extract information from these departments that would be better placed and suited to respond. But nonetheless, it is an instruction given, and as it has been announced, as an officer, you comply and complain later. So I complied with the instruction.
Maybe you said so, but who said you must deal with this one?
The Office of the City Manager.
I want an individual.
Zweli Dlamini, sir. So my line of communication in the Office of the City Manager would be as Zweli Dlamini, because of the role and the function which he holds as specializing in media related matters.
It's all very confusing in the sense that the instruction that everything is going to be done in the city manager's office still stands, and yet there are these, was this verbal, I assume?
This was verbal. This was verbal, Commissioners.
Oral. And yet on the side there are these oral, I don't even know whether to say instructions or requests. Were you not at the same level?
I would believe...
This is for purposes of the verb I should use. Should I say request or instruction?
I would say by virtue of the office which he holds that they are accounting body. So he, in essence, is more senior.
Okay.
And
yeah, so I'm saying all of this is quite confusing. The instruction from the city manager stands, and yet orally he gives you these instructions.
yes. Commissioners, I suspect two folds into this matter, that I'm given an instruction that upon fumbling, then they have a leg to stand on in dealing with me. And the instruction, it's not even in writing, that in the event that I do fumble, they have a communique which has been issued as a directive in saying, we had told you that you will not be issuing media statements other than the office of the city manager. How do you even function in such an institution? It's almost like everything. You wake up in the morning and then somebody feels however they are feeling, they give a different instruction to what is purported to be the instruction given previously. It's very confusing to try and work in such an environment because, like I said, as a police officer, you comply. Unless the instruction is, of course, unlawful, Commissioners.
I would have thought as a police officer you comply when the instruction comes from another police officer.
Indirectly, Office of the City Manager, they are the head of administration. As police officers under the head of Chief Mabiyeye, we are also administrators. So ours, it is to carry out instructions that have been given and pray and hope that they're not unlawful in any way.
Thank you.
Colonel, at paragraph 77, you speak to General Mkhwanazi's, not General, Brigadier Mkhwanazi's promotion. And then earlier on, you had said at paragraph 37, when you were speaking to, you don't need to go there, when you were speaking to, when you started engaging with IPID, when they started, Mr. Kudu started engaging with you, at 37 you said that EMP members were aware that there was an ongoing IPID investigation. So at the time of his promotion,
Yes.
In December 2023, do you have a recollection of where the IPID investigation was? Was it still ongoing? Had it been concluded?
You know, it's very vivid in my head because, Commissioners, even having to collate this information, what is documentary placed before you, I needed to maybe just express the fact that I was suspended and recently returned to the office. And as such, I wasn't able to retrieve anything that would speak to documentary evidence. But vividly, I remember that I had submitted my statement as to whether the conclusion of IPID report was done. It's very blurry for me. I'm sorry I couldn't answer that with an affirmative.
Okay, then I'll hold back my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel Tepa, we are still on page 20 of your witness statement. You are on paragraph 79. Can I ask you to deal with that paragraph?
May I go back to 77, please? Maybe just to state in record that it's common cause that when members of the EMPD grow within the ranks, that, you know, it's something to celebrate as a department. It's something to brag about as a department. We've had instances where we've seen 2 deputy chief of police appointed, and we had done a proper media coverage on it. You know, a media release has been sent out in now announcing the 2 Deputy Chief of Police being Commissioner Spies, responsible for auxiliary support services, and Commissioner Dwabe, who was responsible for security and loss control. So we had done a coverage of that story. And this one with Deputy Chief Mkhwanazi now, there was never anything of that sort. There was never anything formally done where, you know, part of the event would be media take us through this and prepare a media statement, announce on the promotion of a senior officer within the department. So due to all this that has been happening, the instruction that contradicts and conflicts itself, I'm now caught up to wonder, if he's promoted, why did media not cover it? And I mean, as a spokesperson, I would have wanted to brag that yet again in the city of Ekurhuleni, seeing promotion where internal growth is imminent, you know, a whole director has now been promoted to the level of a deputy chief of police, creating an upward, something to brag about as a department, but it never happened in this instance. So I just needed to place that on record, Commissioners. Thank you.
Of course, in accordance with the instruction from Dr. Mashazi, ordinarily now, according to that instruction, this would have had to come from her office.
Technically, I would suspect
Yeah,
so.
I'm not at all taking anything away from the points you make.
Correct, Commissioner.
All things being equal, it's your office that should have done this. I accept that. I'm just saying, but now it's a fact. The instruction from Dr. Mashazi exists, and therefore it lay with them to issue that sort of media statement.
That is correct, Commissioner. And the
Yes,
question is,
yes.
was such
Now, yes. Let me
was
know.
such media release ever published in the city? I have never seen one
Yes.
that spoke to that.
Yes. Then the point I want to make is, would I be speculating in a manner that has no foundation whatsoever if I said, if I were in their position, I too would not have issued that media statement, reason being, rather than being celebrated, that is the promotion, it would have caused people to go back to the Jeff Weeks inquiry and article. They would say, oh, how is such a person being promoted? So speculating, I would say, that's the reason why it was done quietly. Do you wish to comment on that?
You are 100% correct, Commissioner, in that, in hindsight, it's exactly that. They cannot even announce his promotion to the world, to the nation, and say the EMPD has now appointed a chief when there is still a dark cloud hanging over what is allegations linked to these blue lights. And furthermore, the explanation that had to be provided in saying, but why then was he considered a candidate if already there's still some unfinished business? But like we said, Commissioner, not even casting any aspersions, I think the Commission is quite competent to handle those elements.
Was this promotion announced internally to the staff?
I don't remember. Commissioner, normally it's common cause that when appointments are done in the department, media, I would have to avail one of us as media liaison officers to go do a coverage of that. Did we ever have that? Absolutely not. I too was shocked when it was in December of 2023, we had a festive season launch in the Tembisa area along the R562, where Commissioner Mkwanazi came with his ranks, and I was taken aback to say, oh, okay, if it doesn't concern you, then don't ask questions. Ask no questions and hear no lies. So I just kept it to that.
Then that reaction that you say you had in December
Yes.
would suggest that you internally you didn't become aware of this.
I wasn't aware, Commissioner.
Is it fair to say then in all likelihood there was no announcement internally?
There was no announcement, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel Tipper, for purposes of this section of your testimony, could I ask you to go to your annexure bundle, the other file? Please open up page 27. Page 27 is annexure K8, but it falls under annexure K8, but could you please go to page 27? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Then could you please go to your witness statement? We are at paragraph 79. Please speak to that paragraph.
So on paragraph 79, I slowly started to get restricted in my work, and finally, On the 31st of July 2024, at about 1700 hours, an email is sent by Brigadier Mkhwanazi to the Chief of Police, the HOD Human Resource, Ms. Linda Kasheka, and has copied the management of the department, stating that the media unit is disbanded with immediate effect, and it's attached as KX8.
Thank you, Colonel. Could you please have regard to page 27 itself? I'll ask you a few questions based on the document. You say in paragraph 79 that that's an email from Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Could you read, let's start with the email at the bottom of the page. The page reflects two emails. Do you see that?
Okay, so the email is from Julius Mkhwanazi with an Ekurhuleni email address.
Thank you. Please tell the Commission when the email was sent.
The email was sent on the 31st of July at 5:05, being on a Wednesday.
And the subject matter of the email?
It says the subject being immediate disbandment of media unit.
Okay. Can you go back to the list of the recipients of the email under 2?
So 2, it is directed to Isaac Mabiyeye, who is the Chief of Police, Linda Kasheka, who is the Human Resource Head of Department, Hamilton Ledwaba, who was the Divisional Head for Licensing then, Revo Spies, Deputy Chief for Auxiliary and Support Services, Ndumiso Gwabe being the Deputy Chief for Security and Loss Control, and lastly it is Linda Naika, who is the PA for Dr. Mashazi.
Colonel Tipper, were you copied in? Was this communication directed towards you? Are you listed either under 2 or CC on the email?
No commissioners.
Could I then ask you to look at the bottom of page?
And, sorry, Alvin. Those CC'd, were some of them at your level or perhaps even below your level? Don't run, just don't go through the list, but just, go through it purely for purposes of looking,
I think it would be difficult for me to say commissioners, because there has been appointments that have happened in the city, and at that time, I'm not sure who got appointed to what level.
All right,
but looking at it, I think give or take, it would be around after the promotions were done, and it would be the middle to upper management of the department.
I just wanted to get an idea of whether you were deliberately sidelined. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Mashasiri.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colonel, we are at the bottom of page 27. After you've told the Commission what the subject matter of the email is. It's the immediate disbandment of the media unit. Could I ask you to read those 2 paragraphs at the bottom of page 27?
So it reads, good afternoon. As per yesterday's meeting with the city manager with regards to the immediate disbandment of the media unit, I have come to a decision that the members will be deployed to different regions under operations and specialized service. They will report directly to the directors as of the 1st of August 2024.
Thank you. And when you turn over the page to page 28, without necessarily disclosing the names of the individuals there, please, inform the Commission what the content of that page is.
So I would suspect that the content, it is to announce the immediate disbandment of the unit and to further deploy or transfer or even redeploy the members therein of the media and PR unit.
And Colonel Tipper, the first sentence on page 28. Could you just read that into the record?
It speaks to the deployment is as follows. It lists all the 9 members.
And is your name included in that list or not?
It is included, Commissioners.
And when you speak about all the 9 members, is that a specific reference? Is that a category? Please explain what you mean by all the 9 members.
So it is the 9 members that had belonged to the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department's media unit.
And what appears at the bottom of the page?
It is a signature, which before that it reads, hope you find the above in order. Kind regards, J.D. Mkwanazi, Deputy Chief of Police, Operations and Specialized Service, Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department.
Did anybody ever write to you directly, Colonel, and say that, Colonel, now you are being redeployed?
The very same email that was forwarded to the Chief of Police, he then took liberty to forward to myself and Colonel Du Plessis in his office, probably for noting, maybe to, it could have been anything, Commissioners, but I suspect that this to me was very confusing as to the author of the email. It's somebody who doesn't even have power to deploy.
Before we get to the power, which you do deal with, I think paragraph 80 of your statement.
My apology.
I'm just interested in the communication of the decision. I know nothing about HR issues, but I would imagine that if you are being redeployed, someone must write to you directly and say, Colonel Tipper, I am now redeploying you, and from now onwards you are going to be stationed at OR Tambo International Airport. So I just find that strange, and to say it's strange, I think it's even an understatement.
It speaks to the management that is within the department, where such emails would be reduced to writing. You're not even sure as to whether it's an instruction or is it still on a consultation basis, if it's anything to go by. It is the EMPD.
So you are saying basically to this day, you never ever got any communication that was directed to you with regard to the redeployment?
Commissioners, I had on numerous occasions requested for my redeployment to be in writing. I have strings of emails sent to the author of the email, including the office of the Chief of Police being Chief Mabiyeye, but seemingly nothing was forthcoming. That eventually when a grievance was lodged, it was lodged in the absence of a redeployment letter.
So effectively the writer of KX8 took the view that this will eventually reach you through other people who may, by their own choice, share this with you.
I honestly don't know what the author was thinking in this regard, Commissioner. Since the affected people will be media and PR unit, it was only fitting that even on a level of noting purposes that, would have included me as the commander for the media and PR. But furthermore, I see even the omission on the staff officer in the office of the Chief of Police, who happens to be on the same rank as majority of the recipients of this email, who was whether deliberate or erroneously excluded, but it's the communique that eventually reached us and shocked us.
Yeah, because I would have thought if he was commissioner by now, eh?
Yes, he was a commissioner at this point.
If Commissioner Mkwanazi thought he had the power to write this, he should have written somewhere in it something to the effect that those in authority over the affected employees or officers must bring this to the attention of those officers. Something like that would have made sense at least. Let's leave aside the justification for writing it at all.
True, Commissioner. Like I said, as a spokesperson, you speak on behalf of the head of department. Is it the head of department in this instance that has brought this to my attention? Yes. Has the head of department then said anything around same in saying he endorses, he refutes, he approves? No. So it was, whether for noting purposes, I take it, and that I'm not just surprised and shocked the next day I'm called in to say, you go report at OR Tambo. Maybe it was the purpose, and it's a very challenging one, Commissioner.
And what did Chief Mapia say when he shared this with you?
I was shocked. I asked the staff officers to say, and now what is happening? Said, but furthermore, Commissioners, I had seen where there was a meeting that had taken place where in attendance the city manager was there. Knowing how things are operated, nothing will be approved or done without that which would be the instruction or even the approval of the city manager. So it reads that as per yesterday's meeting with the city manager, with regards to the immediate disbandment of the media unit, so meaning the agenda point there was disbandment of the media unit. As to reasons behind given for the disbandment, it's unknown to me. Like I said, at no given point where we critiqued on the work that we had done, at no given point where we challenged or even had issues with the work that was done by the media team then within the EMPD. So from this, where the city manager had endorsed or approved or even instructed for the disbandment, I think that's when I knew that, look, Lebo, you have bitten more than what you could chew.
We have come to know at this commission that the words immediate and disbandment go together.
Synonymous, Commissioner.
Yes, Ms. Mshasedi.
Let me just ask this. In that first line in that email, it says, as per yesterday's meeting with the city manager with regards to the immediate disbandment of the media unit, did Chief Mapia, and if not him, through your own information, ever come to say to you, or inform you rather, that that meeting, whatever meeting he's referring to, discussed the disbandment of the media unit, whether there was such a discussion as a matter of fact?
You know, I can't remember, because during this period, we were also having what would be awareness notification sent to members of the public where they would have their vehicles impounded, to say that this is a call being made to the owners of these movable properties to come and claim. So it was a busy week where we had invited media houses and furthermore preparing for the bid with our pound section for that aspect of. But as to whether I can't remember. And maybe I wouldn't have received it as a shock. Maybe again, reasons for not telling me is I don't even know the content. I could just speculate, Commissioners. My apology.
So as you sit now, you don't know whether, as a matter of fact, a meeting with the city manager held on the 30th of July discussed rather the disbandment of the media unit. You don't know that, as a matter of fact.
I don't know if there was ever a meeting invite sent out, and with the agenda points that would speak to maybe media or disbandment thereof
Yes.
to the office of the chief, because that diary would be arranged by his personal assistant. I wouldn't know, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel, we're still on page 27.
Are you leaving the communication?
Please ask your question,
No,
Commissioner.
in the annexures, the colonel's response to the email is there, so I was wondering if you're going to deal with it.
Can I allow you to ask the question, Commissioner? I'm not sure I...
Colonel, you were asked how the email reached you, and you said it was forwarded to you by Chief Mapia. So on page 27, I see that there is an email the following day on Thursday, 1 August 2024, where Isaac Mapia forwards the same email to you. Was that the email you are referring to?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes, and then if you go to page 24, it is now the same day, 1 August 2024 at around 14:41. I'm assuming that that is then your response to the email you've just received from Chief Mapia.
No, Commissioner.
Page 24?
Page 24. Oh, no, Commissioner. So what this is I had received further media inquiries. So on the file, there's a page 26 where the Kexton group, Kexton, it's a local media group that we have in Ekurhuleni. They had forwarded this communique to me. And, you know, I'm in no position, no liberty to respond to it due to the disbandment of the unit. I then forwarded to the office of, I think by then it was the acting chief, who was Commissioner Mkwanazi. I had forwarded to his office, who then said, I must forward it to Zweli. So I'm being redeployed to do operational work at the OR Tambo. I must further do administrative work for media and PR. So it was just confusing for me, and that's when I had said, with all due respect, exactly where am I working and what is my work precisely?
So then what is that email on page 24, bottom of the page, at 14:41?
So it says 1st of August. Oh, okay. So it was after the inquiry came in. I write to the management. It says, it has come to my attention that I keep receiving communique, even internally, for media-related purposes. From the meeting held today, chaired by Deputy Chief of Police Mkwanazi, it was established that the unit was banned 2 days ago, and no engagements were made with various stakeholders. So, although the redeployment is done and received with great protest, I am humbly requesting for it to be in writing. I wish to exercise my discretion over it. Can the city please issue or notify various media houses of my redeployment that I know them, the then media team engages with them? I will be comfortable knowing that my request is receiving your utmost attention. Regards, KT. So it was in response to having been disbanded and having received further media inquiries, and having an expectation to say, every time a media inquiry is forwarded to you, then directed to the office of the city manager. Can we have a system then where the institution, the department, powers that be, inform our stakeholders, the media that is, in saying that, no, this person is no longer, or that we do not have a media team anymore, and as such, all correspondence will go to the office of the city manager. That's the gist of it, Commissioner.
And the people you copied on this email, did they include the now Deputy Chief Mkwanazi?
Correct, correct, Commissioner. I am not finding it here, but it would have, because in essence, it's a request being put to him, and it would be, again, to the Chief of Police, to the Deputy Chief of Police, and also the Communications Department in the Office of the City Manager, Mr. Zweli Dlamini, saying, can we have this rectified, please, or else I'm going to be expected to do operational work, only that there's still a great expectation with media work from me.
Bad. His email says the EMPD's media unit is disbarred.
Yes, it does say so, Commissioner, from the Caxton Group, where the questions are as follows to say, may the city kindly confirm on whether or not the EMPD's media unit has been disbarred and the reason why this is the case? And furthermore, what specific action led to the media unit disbarment? As we have been informed that it was involuntary, how long will the disbarment last, and will this disbarment not impact the local media and its operations? What impact will the disbarment have on the media unit's operation and employees? I think Caxton was correct in taking interest as one of our local media house that we have there. In essence, it covers the 3 regions of Ekurhuleni. You would have your Kempton Express, your Tembisa, belonging to the Caxton Group. You have your Brakpan Herald belonging to the Caxton Group. And furthermore, the Alberton Records in the southern region, the Germiston News in the southern region also belonging to the Caxton Group. So I think theirs was quite important in asking, what about us? Because here's this section division unit that we relied on, knowing that whatever it is we needed would refer to them. At times they even refer things that are not related to EMPD, and we just divert them to the relevant departments as such.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Mhlaseri, I see that it's getting close to 1 o'clock and we are still to start with another witness, as I understand. I hope you will not fight with me if I suggest that perhaps we should request the Colonel to simply read what remains of her statement, and I hope my colleagues will not ask their copious questions. I will try to keep mum. Are you fine with that? No, I'm kidding, commissioners. This is an inquiry. This is an investigation. If we must ask questions, we must.
Indeed. Chairperson, I wouldn't have an objection with that proposal.
Yes.
It would come with one request, of course,
Yes.
which is that our witnesses, the line of witnesses who've come to the Commission, are usually given an opportunity at the end, usually to discuss under the impact of their lives. Yes. Colonel Tipper didn't have an opportunity to do that in her witness statement.
Yes.
So if she would be provided
No, by
with
all
an
means.
otherwise,
By all means.
Yes.
By all means, yes. And by that I don't mean if, for example, you want to substantiate on an issue, please feel free to do so.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Will you direct the witness to the relevant
we will.
paragraph?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Colonel, we are on page 20 of your witness statement. You were at paragraph 80. And following on from the direction from the chairperson, please read.
So the email is then sent to myself and Colonel Duplessis, who's the staff officer, shocked, of course, shocked as to the contents, what has happened now, what have we done? Well, I think looking at the content thereof and the author, I had then understood to say, but no, wait, who is redeploying me in this instant? Because he further says in the email that I taken a decision to please these people in this fashion. So is he now taking over the competency of what would be that restricted for the chief of police? Or is he now then saying that by powers vested in him through the office of the city manager, he's now taking a decision to do that? And why is he even the one to be announcing to the entire management of the department when the chief of police hasn't even had his input or even disseminated such information to us, the affected parties, and maybe he would have wanted to take in a process of consulting us and just, explaining the process and furthermore deploying us, as it is rightfully his competency to do and prerogative.
Can you then read your statement from paragraph 80 all the way to the end? And after you are done, can you then state the impact of all of this on you?
So, firstly, I did not accept that Brigadier Mkhwanazi had the power to disband the media unit. Secondly, he didn't have the power to redeploy us as EMPD officers. That is a power and competency exercised by the Chief of Police as the head of department. But from reading the email, it was clear that this took place with the approval of the city manager. I decided to put up a fight against the decision. I attended a meeting in Germiston on the 2nd of August 2024. I relayed my questions to him and wanted to understand reasons given for wanted to understand the basis for disbanding the media unit. No direct or sufficient answer was provided to me. In order to protect myself, I requested that my redeployment be placed in writing. It was at that stage clear to me that a proper process was not followed for the disbandment and the purported deployment. I demanded to be provided with a letter confirming my deployment in writing. I resolved to institute a grievance against the decision makers, and a written document would assist with this. Brigadier Mkhwanazi, Commissioner now, had committed and said that he would prepare the redeployment letter for me. After I left his office at the end of the meeting, Brigadier Mkhwanazi said to me that I must not challenge the city manager. I explained that I was not challenging the city manager, but I am challenging the procedure adopted. And Brigadier Mkhwanazi never sent me a redeployment letter. To date, even seated here, I haven't received a redeployment letter. I then lodged a grievance, and that just took the route of labor matters. Then in early August 2024, I accepted my fate and moved to the airport and complied with the instruction being given. Whilst there, again in August, I learned that Chief Mabandla is now suspended. Of course, I'm no longer in the media space, but yet, it is what it is. Over the course of time, I became settled in my new role. However, I subsequently discovered that the EMPD media unit was never disbanded. My team of 8 liaison officers had been deployed to various places, and they continued to be doing media work. At this point, I realized that the plan was just to move me out of the media unit. And this, of course, commissioners, it's where I am appointed. I'm the appointed spokesperson with an appointment letter. And having to be the responsible person moved out, and when people who are seconded in that are being kept to run the work, it enunciates on the level of competency within the city, and my apology for that, but it just spoke volume to show the type of management systems that are in there. Dictatorship would best describe it, because when given an instruction, you cannot even question. How do I not challenge a process with fairness of being moved out of an appointed position? I wasn't seconded there. If maybe it was issues of capacity, let's start with the seconded group, and then let's look at that which would be your contract of employment. But that was never the case, commissioners. On paragraph 89, it just took a turn of notifying my union and instituting grievance procedures, and furthermore what would be expected to be an outcome. I remember that my issue was such a hot potato, it could never be handled. And as a last stage of handling internally, Because on a grievance procedure, you start with the immediate supervisor and then it moves on to the head of department. If it's not resolved, then it becomes the responsibility of the city manager. When it got to the level of the city manager, it was referred to Advocate Behari, who's the head of Department for Legal and Corporate Services. Despite factual evidence provided to him, we're talking appointment letter, the work being done, the fact that the unit is not even disbanded, that they are still continuing doing media work, he simply told me he will not rule in my favor and I must seek relief elsewhere and find alternative means of challenging the system.
Colonel, your immediate supervisor, now you are redeployed.
Correct.
To this OR Tambo
Correct.
precinct commander. Your immediate supervisor is who?
The immediate supervisor is a Colonel Malefofani, who then makes the ruling that he doesn't have a mandate in this matter. The instructions given were given from above, and he cannot then make a ruling on same. So that's when it escalated to the head of department, who's now is the person in question. And then, because it's never handled, it escalated to the office of the city manager as a third step.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairperson, if I may, it's 1 o'clock.
Let's carry on to the end, please.
Please proceed, Colonel.
So again,
I think that takes you to 92. I think you've summarized.
yes.
Yes. After Advocate Behari's decision that you must seek relief in another way,
Correct.
then that takes you to 92.
So my union proceeded to lodge a case in the bargaining council. So we are still just running with those processes as we speak.
Now, when you were appointed head of media, and I think your testimony just a short while ago, is that you had a letter of appointment.
Correct.
And what is the substantive change in your functions now that you are commander of a precinct? What are the differences between the two jobs?
Commissioner, there's also a certain title attached to being the spokesperson of a department. I mean, we are well known by our media counterparts. This is an element of, demotion in its nature. We are now speaking and not even having announced reasons behind it. We are being demoted to now attend to operational league. Had I wanted to be operational, I would have applied for an operational and specialized services post. But now my specialty was that which is media, communications, drafting of things, and which by then, in contrast to the operational league. And the terms of the conditions of working there, the fact that as a media somebody, you get to attend public relations event, being placed at the airport, you are bound in the office to do operational work. A simple, very silly example I would give is Fridays, you are not even in uniform in the media space. At the airport, 24/7 in uniform and such. So it was, again, a demotion of its nature. And furthermore, it just left that which is scrutiny by media in saying, what has happened and where is she? She was introduced to us officially with a media publication and a whole media coverage. But now that she's absent, nothing and nobody's saying anything. So it just leaves room to wonder and say.
So the content of your job was changed.
It was extensively.
It was a completely different job.
Correct.
And this was done without consultation or your agreement.
Correct.
And without any document that tells you that now you have a different job.
Correct.
Thank you.
I still do not have a job description for a commander of the OR Tambo International Airport. It's just based on the experience of growing within the ranks that I know what is expected operationally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel Tipper, before we pick up on paragraph 93, could I ask you to have regard to paragraph 88 on page 21? Just to ensure that we cover this aspect, could you please read 88 into the record?
So, over the course of time, I became settled in my new role. However, I subsequently discovered that the EMPD media unit was never disbanded. My team of 8 liaison officers had been deployed to various places. They continued to be doing media relations. At that point, I realized that the plan was to move me out of the media unit.
Thank you, Colonel. Can I then ask you to turn to page 23? And then please detail that experience to the Commission as it begins at paragraph 93.
So I'm now at the operations and specialized services. I'm commanding the airport. There's a shift system now that has been introduced in saying that night shift duties I would also need to cover. So I would also need to take that responsibility under ops of being a night shift commander. Night shift commander, to me, in the experience of my work, has always been that you are out operational with the members. Should anything happen to the members and you are the commander, you are better placed to account and respond to anything that is to come. I'm having the last night on a Thursday, the Friday being that when I knock off Friday, then I'm done with my night shift.
For the record, perhaps let's indicate that this section of your statement is headed second violent attack.
Yes, Commissioner.
Please continue.
So I'm getting ready to go to the 10 o'clock, 2200 p.m. shift and get ready. Then a friend came over to see me after she knocked off work. On my way out, I'm like, no, I need to pump the tires. We'll just do that exercise. I stop outside her house. While stopping there, 2 gentlemen then approaches the vehicle at gunpoint again, get us in the vehicle, direct me to drive, make me drive around Tembisa, and eventually get us to this secluded place. And I think what pains me the most, it is that which is always having to make reference to work. This time, the modus operandi was that, I'm a problem at work, and they had made the threat of saying they want to burn me in the car. And how do they then want to burn me in the car? This gentleman makes a call to somebody and they start speaking in Zulu. Describe me, the height, the vehicle that I operate, of which it does belong to council. It was a white Ford Ranger. Ask this person on the other end of the line and they confirm that, yeah, KI simtolile simbambile. I'm being made to park under an electricity tower, and it's just one thing after another. There's instances I remember I had requested to go pee because I needed to get rid of the phone which I had in my possession. And as I moved away to go pee, I see that these people are watching me like a hawk, and I wasn't even able to throw it out or anything of that sort. Coming back to the car, as I'm being chaperoned in, I then throw it under the seat, the vehicle, that at least it's no longer in possession. If found, I don't know. Then they ask me for dockets. I'm asking, what dockets? Honestly, I thought they had confused me with somebody in the South African Police Services. I tell them I don't work with dockets. No, sifuna amadocket, they open the cubby hole, they check behind the seat pockets at the back, and hey, commissioners, you know when you are dedicated to your work and you keep on receiving lash, you are chastised for the work that you do. And then it could only just raise a question as to say, what is the expectation then? I had signed a contract of employment. You had identified me. I didn't promote myself. I didn't make myself to be the spokesperson. I didn't even request for these inquiries to come my way. But why now? Why now? And at what expense? I have a daughter that I need to raise. Am I then saying that I must die in the line of duty for them to come and celebrate and put my coffin at the top of a fire engine and said she was a hero? It could never be that. After the second attack, I knew that things are really personal. I do not even have a leg to stand on. I do not have anybody to go to. I'm being handled in the department for reasons that are foreign to me. I would say this, commissioners, because again on the 19th of March this year, members of the EMPD, they had taken to protest over salary adjustments. This is known because it had media traction. The procedure and process that was adopted in dealing with the matter itself was that anybody who was identified to be part of the strike will then receive a dismissal notice. Commissioners, I'm seated here today further saying I was never part of the strike. But needless to just mention that I'm one who had received a pre-dismissal notice for a strike that I never even participated in. Whatever that I had done to the EMPD management, I think this is the time for me to say it was never done deliberately. It was just in execution of my duties, that they needed to know and understand that I too am human. They cannot just keep sending random people to come and deal with me for the work that I do. And if at any given point I'm no longer sufficient in carrying out the functions, they must just find a replacement and I will find my way out.
Thank you, Colonel.
I don't think you've told the full narrative with regard to this second attack. For example, you mentioned that you threw your phone under the
Another
vehicle. Part of the narrative says the phone rang or something and so on. If you could take us to the end of the narrative, please.
I think, commissioners, I'm just...
Oh, you don't? Oh, no.
Yeah, I think because you have it on record, then...
No, I understand them.
I'm sorry for that, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. I had not realized. Yeah. You wanted to ask a question?
Yes. You say you don't know what happened to this Rabasutu case, so this matter was reported. You've given us a case number.
The matter was reported,
yes.
And a case number was given as it reflects on the statement. And
Yes.
so, yeah.
And you do say in that section that you were assisted or rescued by members of the EMPD and the SAPS. They arrived at the scene.
Correct, they
and
did
that's it.
arrive at the scene, and when commissioners, when Colonel Ndlapo is a deputy director within the EMPD, he's the one that had came to the scene and the state that he had seen me in, and I was not having any of it. I told him right there and there to say, I'm tired with your department. If this is the treatment that I must get from the department that I work so tirelessly for, then it's not worth it. But I will not be subjected to any form of punishment for doing the work that I did.
And you are certain that these people, they knew that you're an employee of the MPD. Were you in uniform?
I had, on the top part, it was the uniform with the boots and whatnot. So when they had looked for dockets, that's when it became confusing to me as to say, but no, wait, I don't deal with dockets. I'm not SAPS. You're probably mistaking me for somebody within the South African Police Services, but I'm not that person.
All right. Maybe then to move on, you also mentioned the EMPD strike. You say you got a pre-dismissal notice. Did anything come out of that? Was there a further step, or it's just left hanging?
You know, Commissioners, it was approached in a very generic way, because now we are employed by the human resource of the department. From the employment itself, you sign a contract or enter into a contract with the city by virtue of representation of HOD/HR. Issues of discipline now come, and seemingly things have changed. They are urging me to be at a strike that I was never part of. And the letter of pre-dismissal inquiry is signed by Ben Dikop Mkwanazi. I had requested countless of times to say, you know, I'm operating a council vehicle. It has trackers. Please provide me with data that had placed me at the scene, or even a photo of me being there. The video footages that you had told media that you had collected in identifying people on strike, none of that was forthcoming, Commissioners, because they do not even exist. They are not in existence.
So what is the status now of that pre-dismissal notice? Nothing, has it been set aside, or you still expect, you think something might still happen in the light of that?
I'm having labor matter after another labor matter.
I see.
It's now the unfair suspension that I was placed. There is the moving from a position I was appointed to. There is a post I had applied for involving a director of fine administration that, you know, I had submitted and I was shortlisted. So with the outcome and the discovery that we don't meet requirements, I then object to that. Already I'm being targeted for doing what is procedures of the city.
Lastly, from me, when you started earlier in your evidence, you said you had been on suspension and you are now back at work. Did I hear you correctly?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And this is back at work to the precinct commander position?
I'm still reporting in the office of the Chief of Police for now. That would be I'm reporting to Colonel Du Plessis for the process and procedures of the commission, that I was kept in his wing for purposes of consultation, for purposes of being in attendance of such a commission, and that it avoids having to report to different structures that, no, ubhizi nabantu beMadlanga, no, this and that. So,
but you are back at work?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you.
Yes, Madlala and Madlanga sound quite similar. It's Madlanga.
My apology, Commissioner.
Thank you. Although this relates to the attack, I hope you will be relatively comfortable to respond to it. You also mentioned that your attackers demanded money from you. You reached out to a friend, and the friend sent 3,000 rand. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes. I just wanted that to be on record as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colonel, sorry, Advocate Mhlasedi. I want to take you back to paragraph 5 of your statement. So your ordeal started with the blue lights. And I see in your paragraph 5 statement, you say at one point, you were the commander of the VIP unit responsible for protection of the city manager. So I have two questions about that. For the protection of the city manager, did the city of Ekurhuleni use private security companies? That's question one. If the answer is yes, did those private security companies use blue lights during your time in that position?
Thank you, Commissioners. During my time as the commander for the VIP unit, members of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department officers were responsible for the protection of all our principal. We are talking the city manager, where I happen to be one of the BGs or bodyguards in that term, and the executive mayor, member of the EMPD. At no given point did we have security personnel responsible for the conveyance nor the protection of any of our city officials, including the principal, when I was commander there. And I think the next question cannot be answered because we never had a situation where security companies were.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Does that take us to the impact or?
Would I ask the witness just one more question, and then
Thank
I'll
you.
give her an opportunity to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colonel, on page 26, paragraph 108, you,
100 and? My apologies.
paragraph 108 of your witness statement, 108, yes. You deal there with your issuance of a pre-dismissal notice. Please tell the Commission, were you the only officer who received one, or was it a number of you?
You know, Commissioners, things that are happening in the city of Ekurhuleni, you'd only imagine them not to be happening in South Africa. Means of identifying people that were on strike. They had reported and said to the media that they had used tracking devices, photos of people identified there, video footages, and I think there was even a time when they had made reference to a drone that they had made use of. Commissioners, on this platform, members of the EMPD who embarked on a strike, most of those that had received pre-dismissal inquiries, they were not on strike. Some were off duty, some were not even in the province. I remember there's a case where this person was in hospital, yet was listed as a person who had participated in the strike. And to even show the wrongfulness of this conduct, how is HODHR distancing herself from signing pre-dismissal inquiries and allowing an acting chief of police to be signing those pre-dismissal inquiries, and who then delegates the responsibility to supervisors? Because there would be legal issues that are raised in that aspect, and who then is to answer other than that who has deposited a signature on the document? So it seems like everybody's just moving away from what would be comebacks of this whole thing, and they go out and pronounce unreasonable and things that have never happened to say this is how we have, and now we have taken a decision. And we are again failed by organized labors, because you make a mention of such things and you inform them, but I wasn't even at the strike, or I wasn't even around, I was out of the province, I was sick with a sick note and having been admitted in hospital. How am I then placed to that? Irrespective of what the representation submitted was, mine was simple. I'm accused of, while in uniform, operating a council vehicle, carrying a firearm, have blocked the R21, N12, N17, M2. It's an impossibility. How am I in all these areas at once, for one? Secondly, they said in uniform. I haven't been in uniform since they had taken my work boots from the incident I had in October of the previous year. Carrying a firearm, I don't carry a firearm if I'm not in uniform, because it would mean I would have to conceal it. Why would I need to conceal a firearm in execution of my duties? Because I'm not in uniform, I don't carry the firearm. So just based on that alone, and all these other submissions that have been given by members, when it was decided through the political administration of the city that, no, we'd much rather take a decision with issuing final written warning and written warnings. I was the one who had received a final written warning in that aspect. Final written warning with the intent that something will be created and that would be a better way of getting rid of me. Commissioners, I'm in awe of the things that are happening in the department. I'm in great awe. And this has been a platform for the world to know and understand the criminality that goes into an institution of that nature and what people must be subjected to, and how the animal farm then would dictate that all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. That used to be the favorite saying of the city manager. She would say it laughing. I never understood then, but I know now, and I know better. I'd fallen victim to them a few times. I don't even know what my fate is moving away from this, but I'll take it as it comes. There's no way.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel. Colonel, for completion, I must ask, in paragraph 109 of your witness statement, 109.
So in April of, before everything went down, because I think we were served with suspension letters in May or so, I directed an email to the acting city manager then and said that, I'm requesting for an intervention as I had failed dismally in the department to find joy. Despite their policies that look proper on paper, yet the executors or perhaps the legislators were not even abiding by the very same council policies.
And did you ever receive a response to that email?
Not in writing, no. What had happened is he had called me to his office. He sat with me and said, I hear you, and because I know you to have been linked to the chief of police, Chief Mabandla, you had worked in the media space, so we know you. We know you in the city of Ekurhuleni. We do know who you are, and it's painful to learn and hear what you are subjected to. The email was very comprehensive, commissioners. It included things like where my salary would be cut, the overtime will not be paid, various internal processes that they did to want and make me suffer. And I think it was before another matter transpired. So in the nutshell, it was just explaining that which would be the kind of work environment that we find ourselves, and all because of one fateful day, a media inquiry happened to come to me as the spokesperson. And upon responding, has really taken a different turn for me.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have no further questions for the witness, but unless there's further questions from the Chair and the Commissioners, this might be an... My apologies, Chair. This might be an opportunity for her to speak on the personal income, the personal impact.
Mr. If you still have more on impact, because I think you have touched on it here and there, but if you still have anything else to say on impact.
Commissioners, what I need to be understood, it is that criminality within our space as law enforcement, what do you make of having to fight crime beside criminals themselves? How am I expected to go out onto the battlefield against a criminal, with a criminal only that resourced in full uniform and having all these powers that they could do what they do? It seems like we're a doomed nation as South Africans, because it doesn't speak, it doesn't address, it doesn't even defend the victims. In this instant, myself, I have no defense. I have to find means of fending for myself. My family, who's also exposed to all these dangers, the frustration that comes with financial challenges, the fact that, twice already, I was almost admitted in an institution. I had a referral to go to Akesu. I had refused blatantly and said I needed to be sound and sober. I had another referral to go to at Glen Vista, I believe, the hospital. Commissioners, it is extremely difficult to work under the conditions that we do in the EMPD by virtue of criminality, that there's a great expectation and powers vested in us to fight the very same crime. With my case in that aspect, what more when the criminal know who you are? Above all, they know my face. I'll forever be a target in that element. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tipper. Let us adjourn. And resume at 14:15. Let's adjourn. Yes, Ms. Lo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. We continue with the EMPD stream, and we are ready to present our next witness. Commissioners, the witness we are about to present, whose statement serves before you and you've had opportunity to consider, intends to testify on a matter, a specific matter, that Commissioner Rivos Peace highlighted in the table under his paragraph 33, when he dealt with the matters outstanding with IPID involving members of the EMPD. This witness will be presenting today, will be speaking to one of those matters. Commissioners, we submit, as you can tell from the nature of the testimony as set out in his statement, that this is very sensitive information. And we have considered, and he would prefer as well, that his image not be published, his name as well not be published. And under the circumstances, we apply to the Commission to permit him to testify by way of partial in camera, meaning he shall testify remotely into the room. His name will not be mentioned, nor any other detail that could identify him, and he will not be present in the room. If that is acceptable to the Commissioners based on the nature of his evidence, we hereby apply that the evidence of this witness Thank you, Chair. In the circumstances, based on the nature and sensitivity of the evidence he's about to adduce, we apply that his evidence be heard by way of partial in-camera format in the manner that I have described. Thank you, Chair.
Perhaps for the record, because you've referred to the fact that we have seen and read the statement, I should just mention that those viewing remotely and those present here will soon realize what the nature of the evidence is. It is ordered as requested by Ms. Silva.
We are indebted, Chair. The Chair will recall that this is the same format we adopted for witnesses A, B, and C. And on that basis, would it be appropriate to term this particular witness, witness D?
Yes, thank you.
It is, so we shall refer to him as witness D. Witness D, I see you are online. Please confirm. And please
I am online.
And please confirm that you hear us clearly.
I hear you clearly, Advocate.
Thank you. As you heard, as the order is granted, you shall be referred to as witness D. Before we start, do you want to, no, I'll leave it to the Chair. The Chair, the witness is ready to be sworn in.
Will the witness swear or affirm?
I haven't tested that. I was about to ask him and I said...
Witness D, will you affirm or swear?
I will swear, Commissioner.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Witness D, you have before you a statement that you have prepared for the Commission. Is that correct?
That is correct, Advocate.
It is a 12-page document, and if you go to the last page of that document, page 12, your name appears, and above the name, there is a signature. Do you confirm that is your signature?
I confirm, Commissioners.
Do you confirm to the Commission that the contents of your statement, to the best of your knowledge, are true and correct?
I confirm, Commissioners.
And do you stand by the contents of this statement?
I do, Commissioners.
Let's turn then to the statement, witness D. Do you, without reading the contents of paragraph 1 of the statement, you confirm that that paragraph sets out your full names and your other personal details?
I do, Advocate.
And you confirm for the commissioners that those details are indeed correct?
I confirm, Commissioners.
Let's turn then to your paragraph 2 of the statement. From paragraph 2, you deal with an incident from the night of the 15th of April 2022. You see that?
I do see it, Advocate.
And you narrate what transpired on that evening until paragraph 5. Can you take the commissioners through your part of the statement from paragraph 2 to paragraph 5? You may restate it in your own words, and where necessary, you may read certain parts of your statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. On the evening of 15 April 2022, I was home with my son when I received a phone call around 9 o'clock, 2100 hours, multiple phone calls from both normal and over WhatsApp from one Kobus Janse van Rensburg, whom is the owner of Ghost Guard Security situated in Springs, informing me that he had an operation planned for that evening and that he required my assistance in knocking the house of a suspect suspected of a warehouse invasion and robbery in Brakpan, and that he has law enforcement members assisting him. Paragraph 3. I informed him that I am unable to assist as I'm looking after my son, as my wife is at hospital with my younger son who was ill. Eventually I gave in and he forwarded me via WhatsApp a pin location for a meeting up and operational briefing. This location was shared on a WhatsApp group we, the team that was supposed to apprehend the suspect, used for stock recoveries. The pin location provided by Kobus Janse van Rensburg took me to Sally's village in Brakpan, where some SAPS, EMPD, and private security members waited for us. Upon my arrival, I found Jaco Hanekom, a SAPS informer of ill repute, Viandre Pretorius, a person that frequently presents himself as a SAPS member, Constable John Marie Exteen from North East Rand Flying Squad, Constable Zander Fritz, Reservist Constable from SAPS Brakpan, with 2 SAPS Brakpan officers unknown to me. Present were also EMPD officers Kershaw Lee Stolz, Aiden McKenzie, Etienne van der Walt from Titan Security, and other members whom I cannot identify.
Now, you say after you all arrived at the location to which you were directed, there was a briefing given to you collectively. Can you deal with that briefing?
Commissioners, if I may, before the briefing commenced, I did ask Kobus to proceed with me to go and buy cold drinks first before we deploy or brief. When myself and Kobus were alone, as per my statement, we went to the convenience store down the road at a BP in Springs Road. At this stage, I told Kobus I'm uncomfortable with the members present to assist us as they are dangerous. Kobus told me to relax as the intel is solid and that the intel was verified by Jaco Hanekom, which made me more uncomfortable. But we went back to the briefing location at 2nd Road Springs and Sally's Roads. Springs Road, sorry, my apologies, and Sally's Village. The briefing commenced.
Apologies, Witness D. Witness D, before you continue, my apologies. Could you try and move closer, either closer to your computer or pull it towards you? Sometimes you are less audible than when you start. I don't know whether it's because you move away. That's much better, thank you. You may continue. You may continue. No, we heard you. But we hear you better now. You may continue.
My apologies again, Advocate. Okay.
It's quite an honor. Thank you, Witness C.
Shortly after arriving, Kobus and Hanekom briefed the teams and we proceeded to the suspect's location in Crocodile Road, Sally's Village in Brakpan. I was alone in my vehicle, a black marked Guardian Security Ford Ranger, and I proceeded to park opposite the property. That was the target property. Present at the premises was the members mentioned, myself and Constable Extian from Highway or Flying Squad, my apologies, and Aidan McKenzie from EMPD. Proceeded to a garage or outside building, outside or just off the main house. And we proceeded to gain entry to an outside room. We found a couple, a male, female, and a baby, infant baby. Constable Extian identified herself and the reason for our intrusion and started asking them about the suspect and his movements, etc. Shortly after this, we received communication that the main team had located the suspect in the main house. We left the family in the outside room and proceeded to the main house and gained access to the house through the kitchen door. On my way to the main house, I spotted a white 4-ton truck with a specific number plate that had been used in the warehouse robbery, which is the vehicle that led us to this particular address. As I entered the house from the kitchen door, I found Fritz, that is Zander Fritz, Constable Zander Fritz, Viandre Pretorius, Kershaw Lee Stalls, Aidan McKenzie was with us, obviously, Kobus, and some EMPD officers I cannot identify, Jaco Hanekom, Etienne van der Walt present, and then the two SAPS, unknown SAPS officers from Brakpan. And a unknown male who was reported to be the suspect. The unknown male, when questioned, admitted that he was involved in the invasion and the robbery of the warehouse. He claimed, however, that all he did was transport of the stolen property. The suspect further requested that we not hurt him, as he had 500,000 rand in the house in cash, which he tried to bribe us with, or the officers with. After the suspect mentioned the cash, the two unknown members from Brakpan SAPS and Viandre Pretorius then pushed the man into the second bedroom and closed the door behind them. Everyone else, including myself, searched the rest of the house. In the main bedroom, the EMPD officers, unknown to me, found case dockets where the suspect is identified as a suspect in the particular crime or is otherwise mentioned. Some SAPS forensic bags, as well as a number of live ammunition rounds, was found. The other rooms contained various tools or garden tools or welding equipment. I then went into the bedroom where the suspect had been taken to by the Brakpan SAPS members with Viandre Pretorius. I noticed Viandre Pretorius, the suspect, with a plastic bag with the two SAPS Brakpan members assisting him from the right-hand side of the double bed. Tubing is where a plastic bag gets placed over a person's head, and that person gets suffocated to the point that he talks or cannot breathe, no longer breathe, and then obviously that we will, or they would obviously then ask him to talk to us, before, obviously to avoid this from taking place again. I entered the room and sat next to the suspect on the left-hand side of the bed. When Viandre stopped, I asked the suspect to tell me where the stolen stock was being kept. The suspect replied that he will show us. I picked up a wooden table leg that was broken from inside the room, held his legs down with it as to not touch him with my hands as he was wet. Viandre then continued tubing in with the one unknown Brakpan SAPS member, helping to hold him down, while the other was searching the drawers, etc. I got up and left the room. The other people were still searching the room. It was quite clear, or the house, my apologies, commissioners. It was quite clear at this stage that the stock from a warehouse robbery was not in the house. As I entered the passage towards the kitchen, I saw one EMPD officer taking a bucket of water to the room where the suspect was being kept. In the kitchen, I found Kershaw Lee's tools, searching the cupboards. I walked out of the house and stood on the steps. A short while later, I walked back into the kitchen and found Kershaw Lee on her phone. She ended the call and shouted for everyone to move outside into the yard and went towards the second bedroom. As I moved towards the door, I noticed two unknown Brakpan SAPS members leaving the house in haste. One of them was carrying a small black sports bag. I exited the house. I was joined outside in the garden next to the truck by Kobus and the others. Shortly after this, Deandre and Kershaw Lee joined us. I asked whether a suspect talked, and Deandre responded that he will never ever talk again. A discussion between the law enforcement members then took place as to how to deal with the scene. Kershaw Lee tried phoning a paramedic to declare the suspect dead. Deandre approached me and informed me that he will phone General Feroz Khan to fix this. I in turn responded and said no, as this is Deandre's problem. He responded and said it's all of us in this, and if anyone talks, he will go to prison for killing them. I walked away from Deandre, and I walked away from Deandre, as myself and Deandre have had issues in the past. I saw Yaku Hanekom walking towards us. Yaku then informed myself and Deandre that the chief will come and sort out the issue. I noticed John Marie Ekstein, Zander Fritz, and other members leaving, including Kobus Jansen van Rensburg from Ghoustguard, to go and look for a firearm to plant at this house.
Apologies, Witness D, you say that Yako informed all of you that the chief would come and sort out the issue. Do you know who he was referring to when he said the chief?
Commissioners, at that stage, I did not know who he was referring to. And as continued in my statement, I walked to the main gate after this was said, and after I noticed the members that I've mentioned walk away to go and get a firearm to plant.
Yes.
I walked to the main gate of the property and saw that my vehicle, which is a Ford Ranger, black in color, marked, was parked in by two marked IPID vehicles, which prevented me from leaving at that point. It made me question the whole scenario and what was currently taking place. A short while after this, Chief Soup Julius Mkwanazi, JD Mkwanazi, arrived at the scene, and we were informed that this is the chief in a dark tracksuit of some sort.
At this time, apologies, Witness, at this time, did you know who Chief Superintendent Julius Mkwanazi was?
It was my first time seeing him that evening, and then it was obviously when Yaku indicated to us that this is Mkwanazi, Chief Soup Mkwanazi.
Did you know what unit or institution he's aligned to?
From the system, I understood that he was EMPD or Metro Police.
EMPD, you say?
Yeah, or Metro Police, from the rank structure.
Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Commissioners. So, Yaku Hanekom and Deandre addressed him as chief, and the Metro members, including Yaku, Kershaw, Etienne was with me at that stage. So the Metro members, they all had a meeting with the soup away from myself and Etienne. Shortly afterwards, they returned to where we were. JD Mkwanazi said that we needed to throw the suspect's body into a mine shaft or dump it into a dam. As he said this, he looked at me. Deandre then in turn informed me that I must take the body and dump it. They will show me where and that I should relax. Since my vehicle is marked, Deandre said it won't attract any attention. I was directed by Deandre at this stage where to park my bakkie next to the front door. That is as you're coming from the main gate. I was escorted to my vehicle by 2 EMPD members and told where to park it. Jaco Hanekom essentially broke the gate to allow my vehicle entry into the property. I parked my vehicle at the designated spot and walked towards the main gate where I remained until they were finished.
Before you continue,
Whilst
witness D, apologies, before you continue, you say that when Chief Superintendent Mkwanazi said that the body should be thrown into a mine shaft or dumped into a dam,
Yes.
you make the point of stating that when he said that, he looked at you. What did you interpret that to mean?
Commissioners, it was quite clear at this stage that it was expected from me to dispose of the deceased body. And as I said, it's especially after the meeting took place between themselves. It was quite clear that they decided between themselves that I'm the one that's supposed to dispose of the body.
And did you so agree?
I really didn't have a chance to agree. I felt like I was being forced. At this stage, I felt that I was being outnumbered, as the decision was made already, and we're dealing with a very serious and dangerous situation at this stage already.
Yes.
So I interpret it as if I don't comply, then I would probably be next.
Okay.
Advocacy law, just Mr. Moment.
Do I switch on
Do
the
I
mic?
switch on the?
Let's try that.
Let's try that.
Commissioner, perhaps if you mute on your screen, there might not be a feed.
Yes. Is it much better? Witness D, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Commissioner.
Yes. Up to this point, you referred to the other person as the suspect. Now, for the first
Yes.
time, you are saying it is the deceased. Can you just confirm for the commission how the deceased died, or how did the suspect die? Because up to this point, you were referring to him as the suspect, and you referred to that procedure that was used to torture him. Then you say now for the first time he's the deceased. So just confirm for us how he died.
Commissioners, I cannot attest to how the deceased passed away, as I was not present at that stage in the room. And also, we were not, when Viandra and Kershali's stalls came out of the house, we were not informed of how he died. It was merely from what Viandra said, which is he will never talk again. We arrived at the conclusion that, or myself arrived at the conclusion that the deceased is in fact deceased and no more.
Witness.
You, in paragraph 14 of your statement, you said you found Wiandre Pretoria's body tubing the suspect, and then you describe body tubing as a process where a plastic bag is pulled over somebody's head and it is fastened around their neck in an effort to get them to talk. So let's just go back to paragraph 14. When you saw the body tubing taking place, can you confirm that the suspect was alive at that stage?
Commissioner, I'm at paragraph 14. I can confirm when I left the room,
Yes.
the deceased was still alive.
And then the next time you saw him, we are now later in your statement, he was already dead and you were being given instruction to dispose of the body. Witness D?
It's gonna be
Witness D,
paragraph 27. I saw Jaco Hanekom and Viandre load the deceased. That's the first time that I saw him after the room, where they load the deceased onto my bakkie.
Thank you.
Witness D, when you saw him loaded onto the bakkie, did you see any physical injuries?
Commissioner, at this stage, I was standing at the main gate of the property, which is approximately 10, 15 meters away from where my bakkie was parked, close to the front door. So I could not see any visible injuries. And like I said, I made a point of it, not looking, when I went back to my vehicle, not looking at the deceased. I got into my vehicle, and as indicated, I was instructed to follow EMPD officer Aiden Mackenzie, and Viandre followed behind me. So I made no attempt to look at the deceased.
When you do, and this is me, because I want to complete this question, we know from the statement that you do drive him and then you land up somewhere with him where you dispose of the body.
Yes.
At that point, did you see any physical injuries on him?
Commissioner, as I stated, I have not seen any physical injuries on him, even to the point where I disposed of him. I made a decision not to look at his face, eyes, or any particulars. As indicated from my statement, it was also very dark that evening where I was instructed to dispose of him. So there was no ambient light, and also I did not have a flashlight or anything with me. So literally just got the deceased by his feet, and I had to lift him over my shoulder, and that I was approximately 2 meters away from the dam, where I placed his feet into the water, because at this stage there was still, my movements were still being monitored. And I placed the deceased with his back up towards, it was like the banks of the dam. So it was only his feet or his legs that were placed inside the water.
Witness D.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was going to ask Witness D to perhaps take a step back, because there are other steps that are important to highlight before you get to the dam. I do appreciate that it was in an attempt to fully address the question posed to you by Commissioner Baloyi as to whether or not you ever saw any injuries on the body. But then to take you back to, you were at 27, when now the body is loaded into your car.
Yes.
If you could take it from there and indicate who loaded the body into the back of your vehicle.
Okay, paragraph 27. Whilst I was waiting at my car, I saw Jaco, it's wrong there. Whilst I was waiting, I was actually at the gate. I saw Jaco Hanekom and Etienne van der Walt load household items into the vehicles. Etienne had his girlfriend of the time in another vehicle waiting for him that was parked on the outside of the property, an SUV type vehicle. And Hanekom was driving a red maroon Renault Kwid. After taking the household items, Viandre and Hanekom loaded the body onto my Ford Ranger, while Etienne was in and out of the house. I cannot recall who told me that they were cleaning the house. But after this, Mackenzie informed me that I must follow him and that Viandre will follow in a white Ford Ranger behind us.
Witness D, before you proceed, please go back to paragraph 27. I understood you want to make a change to the statement. Paragraph
Yes.
27 currently reads, whilst I was waiting in my car. You say that is not correct.
That is incorrect, Commissioner.
How should it read? Please indicate.
Well, I was at the main gate, as indicated in paragraph 26.
Yes.
Final wording in paragraph 26. I was at the main gate until they finished and indicated to me to come to my vehicle, where they, obviously upon completion of them loading the body or the deceased onto my vehicle.
Noted. That correction will be effected. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Advocate. So I'm proceeding with paragraph 28.
You are now at 28.
I got into my vehicle. My apologies. I got into my vehicle and took my cell phone and sent my wife a WhatsApp and informed her not to be alarmed, but that I was sending her my live location. And should she not hear from me in the next hour and a half, then she needs to phone the police. I followed Mackenzie all the way to Spaarwater Pan, just outside Nigel, where Mackenzie instructed me to dump the body of the suspect. I did as instructed and placed the deceased body's legs first into the water and let the rest of the body rest on the banks of the dam. I got back into my vehicle and drove towards the R23. At the R23 and R550 intersection, I received a call from a number I did not recognize. When I answered the call, I realized it was Constable XTN phoning me. She asked me if it's done, to which I replied yes. She said that I will see them on my way home, just before Carnival, the city, and I ended the call. Shortly after this, I saw SAPS vehicles, EMPD vehicles, and a red Renault Kwid. I realized that they were all parked on the side of Tinus de Jonge Road in Brakpan. I turned right towards them and parked right at the back of the parked vehicles. I got out and Kobus approached me and spoke to me and asked if I was okay. John Marie Extian wanted to know how deep I placed the body in the water, and I replied, on the side next to the bank. She then insisted that I go back to the dam where I dumped the body to check whether the body cannot be seen. I replied that I would not. The rest of them agreed that we should all go home. Zander, Viandre, John Marie and Yaku said they were going for drinks. I found this strange, as Zander had indicated to me earlier in the evening whilst we were in the house that he was struggling financially. They all said goodbye to each other and I was the last to drive off, fearing they might shoot at me. I got home the following day already, and burned my clothes and shoes that I was wearing. I informed my wife that I am safe. I then had a shower. Thereafter, I tried to sleep, which didn't happen as the events from the previous evening kept me up. Around 9 o'clock, around 7 o'clock in the morning, I started receiving phone calls from Kobus Jansen van Rensburg. The last phone call was around 9, where Kobus asked that we should meet at Wimpy, Dalview, which is also in Brakpan. He assured me that I indicated that I didn't want any issues. He assured me that there would be none. We met at the Wimpy, Dalview, close to 10 o'clock already. Kobus inquired about where I had placed the body and what the chances were of anyone finding it. I felt like he was asking on behalf of the others. He asked if I would go and show him where I had dumped the body and if we would go immediately. I explained to him that I did not have someone to look after my son as my wife was still in hospital. And again, Kobus persisted. And at this stage, as I indicated, it felt like he was acting on someone else's behalf, and I started becoming wary of the situation. So myself and Kobus did go to the location. When we got there, we noticed SAPS vehicles, LCRC vehicles unmarked at the location of where the body was dumped. At this stage, before this, Kobus had a lot of questions and was talkative. At this stage, this is where Kobus became very quiet, and we turned around and drove towards Wimpy Dalview, where my vehicle was located. I got out of his vehicle and went home. Around 5 o'clock the same day, I was requested to give a team member backup in Apex Benoni at the scene of an armed robbery involving SAPS members. Upon my arrival, I found Constable Extian wearing police pants and boots, armed, but dressed in a private jacket. She asked me if Yaku could drive back with me. I found this strange and asked where Yaku was, and this is Yaku Hanekom, and was told that he was in a marked police vehicle, but I should not say anything. I refused to assist. I spoke to my colleague, and all role players were on scene at this robbery, so I left the scene. Around 8 o'clock the same evening.
Apologies, witness D, before you get to that part. Looking back at your paragraph 37,
Yes.
after arriving at this Benoni scene, you say you found Constable Extian wearing police pants and boots, armed but dressed in a private jacket. What's written in the statement thereafter is, he asked me if Yaku could drive back with me. I thought when you testified, you read that as she asked me. My question is...
She asked me.
So Constable Extian is female?
Yes.
And we should make that
Commissioner.
correction.
Please repeat what you said. There'll be transcription problems. You spoke over
Oh,
each other.
okay. So you confirm that Constable Exton is female, witness C, witness D.
Advocate, I confirm she is a female.
So the current statement, sentence in your paragraph 37 that reads, he asked me if Yako could drive back with me, ought to read, she asked me if Yako could drive back to me, because that is in reference to Constable Exton.
Correct, Advocate.
Thank you. We'll make the correction. You may proceed.
Okay, paragraph 38. Around 8 o'clock the same evening, I received a call from a number I did not recognize. When I answered, I realized that it was Constable Exton. When I said hello, John Marie spoke on the phone and reprimanded me. That's John Marie Exton. Reprimanded me for using a name. She then asked if we could meet. I was apprehensive but realized that I refused to meet with them. They would come after me. So I said we could meet at Rose to Lee in Dalview around 8:30. I then proceeded to Rose to Lee. As I walked in at Rose to Lee, I found Viandre, John Marie Exton, Jaco Hanekom and Zander Fritz all waiting for me. They indicated that we should talk about the previous night's event and asked me if I knew that the police had found the body. I said I believed they did. This frustrated Viandre and John Marie. I also realized that they were a couple as they were affectionate towards each other. Jaco indicated that the chief will cover them. This is Chief Julius Mkwanazi. Zander was extremely tense, saying that he cannot go to prison as he has a family that relies on him. I also found Zander Fritz's behavior strange, as he was paying for drinks, despite saying repeatedly that he did not have money.
Witness D, if Witness D, my apologies if I may check something with you. At paragraph 39, you state that Jaco indicated that, quote unquote, the chief will cover them. Now you indicate that that was reference to
Chief Mkwanazi.
Chief Mkwanazi. How did you know that at the time?
From the previous night's experience when Jaco referred to the chief as well.
Yes.
And I did not see, I could not at that stage see any other chief being involved with something or the degree of this. So I did believe it at that stage to be Julius Mkwanazi.
So none of them said Chief Mkwanazi or Julius Mkwanazi. You drew your own conclusion that reference to
I
Chief
drew my
at
own
the time
conclusion, yes.
was Mr. Mkwanazi. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
You may
Apologies,
proceed
sir.
then to your paragraph 40.
Okay, so Viandre at this stage said that he suspects that between Kobus and myself, one of us will talk to the police. And if that happened, he would deal with us accordingly. I did not reply to that comment. However, I phoned Kobus in front of Viandre, John Marie Exton, and Jaco Hanekom, and told him to come sort his mess in relation to what was taking place. At some stage, Kobus eventually agreed, and he did proceed to meet with me. Kobus eventually came to Rose to Lee but did not enter. He informed me that he was outside. I walked out to meet with him as he did not want to enter, as he said he did not want to see them, meaning Viandre, John Marie, Jaco or Zander. Kobus spoke to me outside the venue. I told him that he needs to sort this thing out because I'm going to the police. Kobus informed me that these guys will kill me if I did and warned that they are very dangerous. He left shortly after this, and I also left soon after. Roughly 3 days after this, I informed Chris Smith from Track Squad, a company that focuses on vehicle and stock recoveries owned by Etienne van der Walt, about the incident, and said that I wanted to speak to someone about it. After this, sometime after this, the whole group, this is to say the members that were inside the house, came to my office in Parktown and met with my employer and myself, whom I realized knew both Viandre and Kershaw Lee Stalls. It made me uncomfortable as I had informed my employer of the incident the Monday morning after the incident took place, and it felt like he was siding with them. My employer at the time was Mr. George Moraitis, who recorded the whole meeting, including Viandre's reason for placing the body in my company's vehicle. He, however, agreed with them, Zander, Viandre, Kershaw, Etienne, Kobus, and Mackenzie, that I should be examined by means of a polygraph to confirm if I was speaking to the police. A week later, I did the polygraph, 3 hours before my father's funeral. Ms. Laura Moraitis, the wife of Mr. George Moraitis, was the examiner. Paragraph 44. I have submitted various statements to different police officers about the incident, and eventually, after talking to Constable Karlinski from DPCI Toms, he took a statement from me. As far as I can recall, this was around July 2022. There was some movement on the docket in that I was invited for 2 meetings with IPID, where Constable Karlinski took me to meet with the IPID at the Glen Shopping Center, where the initial meeting took place. I cannot remember the exact dates, but I did meet senior IPID members and also gave them a complete statement and even pointed out various scenes.
Witness D, if we could stop there for a moment. You say you have submitted various statements to different police officers.
Yes.
Did you do this at various police stations, or were these police officers you knew privately and you submitted statements to?
Advocate, it's officers that I knew from the work that we do. We work with them quite a bit, so it's police officers I trusted. And it was quite clear upon me giving the statement that they saw difficulty in prosecution in terms of the members, in terms of the high-ranking member that was involved. So they did obtain my statement, but in the end, it was only Constable Karlinski that assisted me.
So you are able, if required to identify these police officers that you made statements to?
Yes.
By statements, do you mean verbal statements or written statements?
So to 2 of the police officers, I made verbal statements. I will be able to for security reasons, I cannot name them now, but I will do so. And then there was a Captain De Toy from Springs, Wynand De Toy. He unfortunately got killed in a shooting in February this year. And then there was a warrant officer, Roots, from CI, Crime Intelligence, that I also gave a verbal statement to.
Now, did any one of them say to you after you had related the story to them, presumably in the same terms that you are relating it to the Commission today, did any one of them respond in a particular way and say anything to you, and if so, what?
They also indicated to me that this group is very dangerous. They also indicated to me that they will try and see where they can go with this statement, because at this stage, most of the community, which is to say police and private sector, knew of the incident. Most of the community knew who was involved with the incident, to a point that even going into a public place, I would meet or see a police officer. He would ask me, what's happening with the case? Are you okay? So a lot of people knew about what had transpired. But I feel, and the idea that I got, or the impression that I got from most of the engagements, is that the individuals were too scared to actually run with the docket. In terms of opening a docket, there was already a docket opened. So my statement would have been an add-on, an annexure on the docket. But a lot of these police officers didn't want to entertain that because of safety reasons.
You say there was already a docket opened. Do you know by who, which police station, and if possible, the case number?
Advocate, I cannot supply you with a case number. I know that there was LCRC the day after the incident. LCRC was on scene. So there would have been a docket that was opened. That's from my experience. So just on the fact that there was already crime scene management at the scene, I knew that the docket was opened.
Okay.
Witness
Yes, Commissioner.
these statements that you gave, did I hear you correctly that you mentioned a Dutoit? Did you give him a written statement?
I did give Captain Du Toit a written statement. At this stage, what had transpired is after he took my statement, Captain Du Toit actually started investigating the grouping we mentioned in terms of hijackings, in terms of truck hijackings, blue light hijackings, and stock recoveries.
And
So I cannot give you any indication as to where that statement ended up. But shortly after, I do know that Captain Du Toit and Constable Karlinski spoke. And then I obviously, sometime after that, I did submit a final statement to Constable Karlinski, which I believe is attached to the docket that's currently carried by IPID.
And these other police officers, I think you said Roots and two others that you can't name. Those statements which were not written, were they made formally, as in you went to a police station, or you were just chatting to them in a social context?
I went to police stations in terms of various applications. Being in the security industry, there's certain paperwork that we need or functions that we need from the police in terms of fingerprints and that. So I did sit with one of the police officers at his office in Boksburg, where we discussed it, and I explained to him verbally what transpired that evening, and he said he'll get back to me. He is no longer a police officer. Warrant Officer Roots from CI, I did speak to him. I furnished him with a verbal statement, and when I spoke to him was actually the day of a copper recovery in Dalmas, which Commissioner Spies alluded to or spoke of, where EMPD members tried to recover a load of copper, where Etienne van der Walt and Chris Smith was present as well. So myself and Warrant Officer Roots followed up information with Kobus Jansen van Rensburg from Coast Guard. And on the way there, that's where I spoke to Warrant Officer Roots in terms of what had transpired in Spaarwater or in Sally's Village. And then we did the recovery on the copper. We got LCRC out. And that's obviously when Kershaw, Lee, and Mackenzie came to a crime scene, wanting to take the crime scene over in terms of managing it, in terms of getting their role players. And we prevented them from taking the crime scene. Captain Hartley of Dalmas assisted us in the crime scene. She actually opened the docket for us. And the recovered copper was submitted back to the client or the complainant through a Form 299.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Witness D.
Let us adjourn for a few minutes. We'll come back when it's indicated.
Chairperson, perhaps I'll ask Witness D to continue in their statement.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Witness D, can I ask you to pick up where you were, just at paragraph 45, please?
Thank you, Advocate. I require further police investigation into this matter, as these individuals act with zero accountability, hiding behind senior EMPD officials, even impersonating SAPS officials. Paragraph 46. There is another issue I would like to bring to the
Witness
Commission's
D?
attention.
Witness D,
Yes.
before you go to the other incident, let's just finish off this. Now, at paragraph 37, if you would just go back to paragraph 37. Are you there?
I am there, Commissioner.
Yes. You say there that this is, you're describing the scene of an armed robbery in Apex, Benoni. And then you say, upon arrival, I found Constable Exton wearing police pants and boots, armed but dressed in a private jacket. My question is, were there other EMPD members with her? Or was she the only EMPD member on the scene?
Commissioner, if I may correct you, Constable Exton is a flying squad member, rapid response member from Benoni. So there was various other police officers there. There was no EMPD there.
Okay.
It was only herself and other members from SAPS, Response Services, or ORS, and then Yaku Hanekom.
All right, thank you for that. And then just to go back further, at your paragraph 6, this is where you say that before the briefing, I asked Gobas to come with me as I wanted to go to a convenience store, and you say what the store is, and you said you were uncomfortable, and this is the part, you were uncomfortable, you say, I told Gobas that I'm uncomfortable with the members present as they are dangerous. Who in particular, in the group that you have described in paragraph 5, who were you referring to when you said they are dangerous?
Commissioner, I was referring to the fact that Kershaw Stalls, Aiden McKenzie, Yaku Hanekom, and obviously Viandre Pretorius was there. As indicated, myself and Viandre, at any stage, we've not had a good relationship, and they are dangerous. You hear stories, I cannot speculate on hearsay, but things also make sense when you are in line of business, which is to say private security, and things make sense. And what happens with scenes. So that is why I indicated to Kobus, I am uncomfortable with the members that's there. Like I said, I don't know all of the members that were there, but the grouping that I named in my statement is the members that I am concerned with.
So when you say they are dangerous, it's not because you have seen them do anything, it's because of what you've heard about them.
What I've heard, and in, like I said, it's hearsay, but I can believe what I hear from, at that stage I did believe from what I heard from people, and yeah,
All right.
It's not what I've seen.
Okay. And then in paragraph 13, you say that in this bedroom, you're talking about being in everyone else, including me, search the rest of the house. In the main bedroom, you found case dockets where the suspect is identified as a suspect in the particular crime or is otherwise mentioned. And then you found some SAPS forensic bags as well as a number of live rounds of ammunition. In your presence, was this person that you describe as the suspect, was he asked where he got these dockets from, the forensic bags and the live rounds of ammunition?
He was asked about it, but it was quite clear that the issue of the forensic bags, the issue of the case dockets that was found in the house was not a priority from the members that I've met. The whole dynamic changed. In my opinion, I feel that we went there for one reason, which is to recover the stock, which is to identify further suspects and possibly arrest them. The moment the deceased mentioned the money, to me it became a robbery. To me it became where the goalpost changed now, and the objective was to get the money, and no longer why we went there in the first place for.
Yes. And then so you don't know what happened. Were they left there? Do you know what happened to the dockets?
Commissioner, as I indicated later on in my statement, Etienne, Yaku and Viandre cleaned the scene. So I don't know if it was removed. I cannot speculate to that.
Yes. And then in paragraph 21, you say Viandre approached me and informed me that he will phone General Feroz Khan to fix this. Did you know Viandre to have a relationship or to be familiar? In fact, let me use the word familiar. To be familiar with General Feroz Khan?
Commissioner, I cannot confirm if he's familiar or he has any links to General Feroz Khan. But I also, being in the industry that we are in, we know of General Feroz Khan. And I know that he heads the counterintelligence segment for crime intelligence and in the kidnapping task team. So my motivation for telling Viandre that you cannot phone General Feroz Khan is, it's not his problem. It's no one's problem. It's our problem now. Why involve other people? And that was my issue with it.
Do you know why Viandre thought General Feroz Khan could fix this? Whatever he meant with that.
I have no idea, Commissioner. Yeah, as I said, I have no idea why he even mentioned him.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Witness D.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Witness D.
Advocate.
We had now gotten to your paragraph 45, which you had dealt with, and I think we are moving on to paragraph 46. There were other issues. Your paragraph 46 speaks to other issues you wanted to bring to the attention of the Commissioner.
Thank you, Advocate. Paragraph 46. There is another issue I would like to bring to the Commission's attention regarding the following private individuals. Jaco Hanekom, Chris Smith from Track Squad, and Etienne van der Walt, who owns Track Squad as well as Titan Security. All at some stage had appointment letters from EMPD stating that they form part of a EMPD truck hijacking task team. These letters were signed by Julius Mkwanazi. They personally participated in operations where recovered or stolen copper, stolen cobalt, stolen chain store products was recovered, where it's always the team indicated, which is Kershali Stolz, Mackenzie, Etienne van der Walt, Chris Smith, Jaco Hanekom. At a later stage, Zander Fritz joined up with them. At some stage, even myself, in the beginning, participated in operations where stock was recovered. Only to realize that, and this is a question that most of us in our fraternity asked, is a truck gets hijacked, blue light hijacking, a week, 2 weeks later, there is an amount mentioned to the owner or the client that there's a recovery fee of 600,000 Rand or R1 million in relation to the hijacked goods. Then the stock would be recovered. It would be handed to the client with always a 299 letter from the Metro Police members. At one stage, Chris Smith was having paperwork to say that he's appointed by certain insurance companies to look for the stock, and then stock would be held back until the client pays a recovery fee. So basically extorted. This whole team participated in that. And it was done with Chief Julius Mkwanazi's knowledge. Even to the point that, if I can proceed to point 47, or paragraph 47, this goes on from 46.
Witness D,
Yes.
apologies. Before you move to paragraph 47, Commissioner Kumalo has a question.
Witness D, you refer to letters of appointment that says these three individuals are members of a drug recovery unit. Have you seen these letters?
Commissioner, I personally saw the letters, and I will, paragraph 47 deals with that specifically as well, but I did physically see the letters. I was, some time ago, a handset of mine, which is to say a cell phone that contained the evidence, was stolen from an office. So I'm not in possession of that evidence anymore, but I did see the letters. And there's also police officers that saw these letters.
Thank you.
That is known to me.
Witness D, may I follow up on that? You don't have a date or timeline in paragraph 46 regarding when you saw these letters. Do you recall when you would have seen them and under what circumstances? In respect of each of them, you say Yako Honeycomb, Chris Smith, and Etienne van der Walt. Under what circumstances would you have seen their respective letters? And if you can recall, when?
Advocate, this was, I would say, from late 2021 to middle 2022, when I removed myself from stock recoveries after the Delmas incident. I removed myself from stock recoveries. I stopped performing them. So between that, in that time frame, this is where I saw the letters. And if I may continue with paragraph 47, it will give you background to 46.
Just before that, Witness D, you did not know, quote unquote, Chief Julius Mkwanazi personally. Did you know his signature? Because you say the letters were signed by Chief Julius Mkwanazi.
Commissioner, if I may, at the top of the letter, it was on an EMPD letterhead or Ekurhuleni Metro letterhead, and the letters always started with "to whom it may concern." At the bottom of the wording, there was Senior Soup, I believe it was Senior Soup or Chief J.D. Mkwanazi, and it was signed, a signature.
Thank you.
Thank you, Witness D. You may proceed. You were now at paragraph 47.
Thank you, Advocate. There was an incident where a truck with a load of copper was hijacked, and myself and other members found the truck at the Kop. The exact address was Setchel and Nederveen Highway in Germiston, Gauteng. This was a month before the incident in Brakpan. Jaco had come to the scene where myself, Kobus, Etienne van der Walt, and I waited for police assistance, that is to say LCRC and police towing, to remove the vehicles after the processes were followed. Jaco Honeycomb then came to the scene with an Isuzu bakkie fitted with blue lights. I checked the vehicle's registration through MCD, which is an app that allows us to check for ownership. And that basically confirmed that the vehicle was registered to EMPD. When I asked Jaco that after this, why he was driving a state vehicle or a police vehicle, he showed me a letter signed by Chief Mkwanazi saying that he was an EMPD police officer. Etienne van der Walt and Kobus Jansen van Rensburg were also present when this incident took place.
You then conclude with your paragraph 48.
Okay.
If you could deal
I
with
fear
that.
this group and sorry, Advocate. My
Please
apologies.
proceed. Please proceed. Thank you.
I fear this group and others like it who are responsible for a host of similar offences and even hijackings or armed robberies using state vehicles and resources. I see that it was not finalised. I fear that left unchecked, it's going to create a massive, massive problem for the rest of society in terms of trust in the police and private security.
And what do you believe the Commission could potentially do in that respect?
Sorry, Advocate, can you just repeat that?
You say that you fear this group and
Yes.
others like them, and you fear what they are capable of doing to society. My question to you, what do you believe the Commission can do to address your fear or to stop your fear from being realized?
Commissioner, at this stage, I am frustrated with the legal process that, especially with this incident and others preceding it and others that may follow it, with the judicial process that's taking place. These offences, these crimes are well documented. The whole world knows of this, but there's no action being taken against these individuals. I mean, my incident where I'm physically involved took place in 2022. It's to a point that I am having to do my own security as well. I'm having to do PERSEC runs, OPSEC runs, just to ensure that myself is safe, my clients are safe, because they might even target your clients. In terms of the community at large, the blue light hijackings, it is continuing. We have people raiding premises without a search warrant, stating they are police officers. In this group, there is civilians that's identifying themselves as police officers, and they just allowed to basically continue this. And I mean, then, yeah, where do we stop as a community? Where do we stop as we're supposed to be a civilized state. We cannot have this.
Commissioner Baloy?
Yes. Witness, earlier on you said that after the Delmas incident, you removed yourself from stock recovery. What is the Delmas incident, and did it involve any members of law enforcement?
Commissioner, the Delmas incident also took place in 2022, shortly after I resigned from Guardian's Security. We received intelligence from in relation to a warehouse invasion, where 4 truckloads of copper was stolen from a premises in Springs. An informer contacted us and informed us that he has a location of where this copper is being kept. Myself, Kobus Jansen van Rensburg, and Warrant Officer Roots from Crime Intelligence proceeded to the location. We were met by Captain Carla Hartley, that was doing patrol in the area. We informed her of our information. We proceeded to this plot and gained access and found the truck with the copper that was stolen in Springs. Approximately 10 minutes after our discovery, Kershaw Lee Stolz in a Metro Police vehicle, Aiden McKenzie in a Metro Police vehicle, rushed into the scene. They drove quite fast into the scene, and they didn't introduce themselves because we know them, and they said they're here for the recovery. Warrant Officer Roots then explained to them that the SAPS member is already on scene, and that it's his scene, that he's notified LCRC, and Captain Hartley also indicated that she's the senior officer, and that EMPD has no mandate or jurisdiction in Delmas. They were very unhappy with myself, Kobus, Captain Hartley, as well as Warrant Officer Roots. Shortly after this, Chris Smith from Track Squad and Etienne arrived with a helicopter and started taking stock of the recovery stock. That is to say, count count the recovered stock and phoning the owners, wanting a recovery fee. So we prevented them from getting a recovery fee for this recovery. It's also important to note where we recovered the copper on the plot in Delmas. That plot was rented, or a section of the plot was rented by an ex-girlfriend of Etienne van der Walt. So to me, it feels that the stock was left there after the robbery for them to recover it.
How common are these kind of incidents where law enforcement officers, security companies, and private citizens or civilians have been involved in similar operations such as what you're describing, what you've just described now, from your own experience and involvement?
Commissioner, if I may, like I mentioned, I did withdraw from that, but it is very common. I would say you have 2-3 events a month where it's high-value cargo, to say cobalt, copper, or even just a normal blue light hijacking, which, as indicated, and it's prevalent in social media, news media, where police officers are part of the hijacking team. And then again, with the recovery on cobalt and copper, it is a planned operation from the start to the very end of the fake recovery. So these individuals that's doing the recoveries, that invoices the clients or the owners of the property, they would know from the start where the copper is going. They would know which vehicle to take. They would know which route to take. This is very prevalent along the N12, not the N12, my apologies, the N1 and then the N3 going past Alberton. So, and in most cases, until a stage, I would say until 6-7 months ago, it was very prevalent that EMPD members were doing the recoveries with individuals such as Etienne and Chris involved.
Thank
After
you.
Jaco Hannekom's death.
Yes, thank you, Witness D.
Just one question from me, Advocate Silo. Witness D, in paragraph 5 of your statement, you describe Jaco Hannekom as an SAPS informer of ill repute. But then in paragraph 47, you say at an incident in Brakpan, he arrived driving an Isuzu Baki fitted with blue lights. And when you asked why he was driving a police vehicle, he showed you a letter signed by Chief Mkwanazi saying he was an EMPD police officer. As far as you know, was Jaco Hannekom an EMPD officer or a private citizen?
Commissioner, if I may, Jaco Hannekom was never a police officer. Jaco Hannekom he was a registered police informer. And as indicated, I believe he was involved with these illicit activities. And he was, that evening when I confronted him, he was in fact impersonating a police officer. I even indicated or asked him, so if you are the officer, how is it possible that you have a criminal conviction, you are not fit to carry a firearm? Because I did check Jaco Hannekom's background when he became a role player, and I knew that he's not fit to carry a firearm. In actual fact, he tried unsuccessfully a few times to obtain a firearms license or even a competency. And then also from that, I knew that it's impossible for Jaco Hannekom to be an EMPD member.
So what you are telling this commission, Witness D, is that there are private citizens out there who are driving around in EMPD vehicles fitted with blue lights, and they carry with them letters signed by senior officials within EMPD representing to the public that these people are officers.
That is what I'm saying, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy.
It's a different question, and it's more for you if you're able to answer, Ms. Sillo. The witness describes in paragraph 36, the
Yes.
attendance at the dam and or the attempt to go to the dam and finding the LCRC vehicles, do we know that this which he describes in 36 is corroborated by the LCRC? If you're able to answer.
What we know is that there is a record of recovery of the body from the dam.
Okay.
But I cannot at this moment attribute it directly to LCRC.
All right.
But
Thank
there is
you.
proof of the recovery of the body when it was recovered. What we could do is pursue that further to see who were the main players in the recovery exercise.
No, I just wanted to
Yes.
know if there was corroboration, that's all. Thank you.
I wouldn't know whether they have personal knowledge, but I seem to recall that, was it Commissioner Spies? But one of the senior police within the EMPD did give evidence to that effect. But of course, my colleague's question was specific about the LCRC. Yes.
Our investigators are also investigating some of these issues, and one of the things they have been able to establish is the confirmation of the recovery of the body from the very dam that the witness testifies to. And the Chair, you're quite correct, is it Commissioner Spies also touched on this matter, as was informed by IPID at the meeting of the 3rd of March with the MPD. Yes.
Thank you.
Witness D, before we conclude, at your paragraph 44, you mentioned that you gave a written statement to Constable Kalinski. You then referenced 2 meetings you subsequently had with IPID, having been introduced to IPID by Constable Kalinski, and you say this was around July 2022. My question is, since then, have you had any engagements with IPID? Have you been invited for further engagement by IPID?
Advocate, since the last meeting we had, and it's also just to inform you, the last meeting escalated into me doing scene identification, where I showed I basically pointed out the whole scene and the dam. LCRC was present. So at that stage, which was late, I would say late or early 2023, was the last time that I spoke to any IPID official, and since then I have not had any communication from them.
Now, did you ever get to learn who the investigating officer was, or do you know as we speak here today?
Advocate, at this stage, I cannot even tell you the case number for the body or the incident. I do not know who the investigating officer is. I was never contacted. Apart from IPID senior officials contacting me, I never spoke to any IO from SAPS side.
And lastly, do you know if any arrests have been made regarding this matter?
Advocate, at this stage, there's been no arrest that's been made. No arrest.
Thank you. Commissioners, that is the testimony of Witness D.
Thank you, Ms. Sillo. Thank you very much, Witness D.
Thank you, Chair. That brings us to the close of the EMPD stream, and that is the last of the witnesses we're presenting.
Thank you. And
we proceed on Monday.
I assume that this is for now. I assume this is for now.
When I say it's the conclusion of the EMPD stream, absolutely, it is for now, because on Monday it's a different stream starting. But we definitely shall be back.
So we resume at 9:30.
We do resume at 9:30 on Monday morning. Thank you,
Let's
Chair.
adjourn.